Well, we are back on the live stream once again. The second week going here in Wagrain-Kleinarl for the CEV Euro Volley TV. That's where you see it. And CEV Snow Volleyball European Tour 2021. That's what we're doing right here. For the second week going last week, we had the first of two tournaments taking place here at the exact same spot at the foot of the mountain here in Wagrain-Kleinarl. And yeah, we're starting off, well, not the tournament was starting off. Yesterday there was a qualification played, and beforehand there were already some games here at the center court and the various courts here. But the first one you get to see on the broadcast is Hungary 2 against Austria 1. The Hungarians are already warming up in the background of the picture. You can see at the moment wearing the green sleeves and the red tops with the black bottoms. The Austrians are now entering the field. You can see them wearing blue and the black bottoms. Now, once again, we can see the weather in Austria and the weather in the surrounding areas has a bit deteriorated in the last hours or so. Last weekend, of course, and yesterday as well, there was brilliant weather conditions. Like the top of the top if it comes to snow volleyball. It was warm, but yet not too warm. It was sunny and just a joy to play under these conditions. Today it is a little bit colder and a little bit wetter. There was snow and rainfall during the night, so that makes the surface also a little bit more difficult to be played upon. A little bit soapier, a little bit deeper. So it will be a question also of force of strength today as much as willpower, and maybe we will see some slippery slides here on the courts, which can of course distract and maybe cause some upsets. Whoever is going to be best under these conditions has a majorly important advantage. But before I start to kind of tell you all these things that might or might not happen, we might start with the facts and dive straight into the game today. For Austria, we have a team of Gschöpf, Hollaus, Fechter and Breimel. These are the four players you can see here practicing right now. Gschöpf, that's the player with the number 1. Hollaus, player number 2. Fechter, that's number 3. Breimel concludes the team as player number 4. The Hungarians only featuring 3 players on their roster. Once again, a reminder, you can have a maximum of 4 players on the roster, which means 1 player has to stay on the sidelines while the action is going on the courts. However, if you want to exchange a player, that can take place at every opportunity in the game. So whether you're up, whether you're down on the scoreline, doesn't really matter. You can interchange as often as you please. So the Hungarians, 3 players on their team, retrospectively. Hungary 2, as there is a second Hungarian team on the tournament as well today. So they are playing in following lineup. Player number 1, Adrian Cene. Player number 2, Hanna Gubik. Player number 3, Doroti Sabo. Now, whilst the warming up is finding its final stage, we can already see the referee entering the field and stepping up to his refereeing position right at the net. And now the action will be starting in just a short while. Now we can see the game is about to start, and the Austrians have decided to field player number 1, 3, and 4. So that's Gschöpf, Fechter, and Preimel. And the Hungarian starts off with the first serve of today, and also the first point of today. Hungarians are now very much in a good starting way. Their youngest player, Hanna Kubik, who you could have seen here, diving for the ball and now delivering for her teammate, which smashes it in for another point. 2-0 to the Hungarians. Hanna Kubik, number 2, only 16 years old. Yet a force in this kind of scenario we've seen already last week. Very good pieces of play she delivered. And the Austrians now, as they are trailing, want to find a way back into this game, but seems they haven't been warming up properly. Hungarians are now charging away with 3-0 as the scoreline. Good delivery again. Austrians are forcing an attack, and now their first point. Good piece of play we have seen here from Marlene Preimel. And now the Austrians with the serve. Can they shorten their trailage to just 1 point? They can't. Hungarians once again being victorious in this exchange. 4-1 in points, as we had for the side change. Once again, the Hungarians are setting off here their game, and Austria build-up plays very well worked. Once again, Sonja Gschöpf. What can she do? Hungarians are rescued once again. Very good rally as Hungary tries to get a point through Kubik, but don't manage to. And it's Kubik again. And now they are victorious. Looks a very, very one-sided affair so far. 5-1 points. Hungary 2 against Austria 1. This fixture is all Hungary as far as we speak. However, that can change within a blink of an eye. But it doesn't, at least not in this case. Austria once again give a point away, cheap point away, which puts Hungary already 6-1 points up. And now they get one back. This could be the start of a siege against Hungary. Michaela Hollars, 31 years old, kicking it off here. Hungarians all on the nets, and the risk pays off eventually. Hanna Kubik, the young Hungarian who dictates the play so far. 1 meter, 70 centimeters tall, 60 kilograms, 16 years old. And now they gave one away cheaply. Hungary are now only, and when I say only, I mean even, 7-3 points ahead, which gives them a 4-point lead. Now once again they kick it off. Hungary with, well, a chance there, but Dorothea Szabo doesn't hit it properly, and it spills to the side and not across the net, unfortunately. gives them a disadvantage. Sonja Gschöpf now with the serve for Austria. And now she dinks it over as well for a 5th point to her team. The Austrian team that didn't take part in last week's edition of this tournament. And Hungary, they get one back again. Good piece of play, Dorothea Sabo, 32 years old. Likes to describe herself as a receiver of the ball, not so much a striker, but she can go both ways, as it seems. And she wants to prove it once again, but that one goes wide. And you can see by her facial impressions, the face palm comes about. Didn't want to put it there, obviously. Which opens a gap again for Austria, only 2 points now behind. They can now completely close the gap but only if that one stays in, and it stays in marvelously. And now, having been behind already 4 points, they now are back in this fixture very much, 8 to 7 points. Hungary still leading, but only just. And now that they are putting that one wide in kind of a strange fashion, seemed a little bit rushed, that attempt, not really thought through. They are now level at the scoreline, 8-8. And now they're 1 point behind. Austria takes the lead for the first time in this fixture. And I can't imagine now taking a timeout. Hungarians do exactly that. Now that they have given up so many points in consecutive manner, it might be a good point to get an extra 30 seconds discussing tactics, discussing mindset, and maybe taking the momentum away from the Austrian side that was turning this set upside down. The first set of this fixture, Austria won against Hungary 2. Everything seems to be sorted. Nothing is lost, of course, for the Hungarians. They are only 1 point behind. And the Austrians proved to them that this can be turned around. They themselves have been behind, not only 1, but 4 points. And look at them now, 1 point ahead. And they keep it like that, they keep it flowing. 10 to 8 points as we approach the final stage of this set. Hungarians have to look to make an effort here now, but they seem to be completely off the charge here. Some miscommunication, misunderstanding inside the team. And now they get the point back, and this will be tremendously important for them to find their feet again as they had for the final stage here. 11 to 9 for the Austrians, but the Hungarians clinched their last point. Let's see what it makes for them psychologically. If they can now maybe go back to level terms and make this set interesting once again. Can they? They can. So it's 10 to 11, looking from the Hungarians' perspective onto the scoreline, which gives them now the opportunity to equalize. Serve is very well struck. The Austrians work it back and dink it over. They're blocking player on the net to give them again a 2-point lead, 12-10. And they will now look at the scoreline and think, we are not letting that one slip again. A first set win at the start of this tournament would be so vital, so important for them to get a psychological edge over their opponent. And the Hungarians dive for this ball, but everything is too little, too late. The Austrians are now 3 points ahead with their own serve. They can now earn themselves a set point. And they get it. They do exactly that. One of the finer blocks we have seen so far. Rises to the top of the net and then just dinks it down to the bottom. No chance of defending that on the Hungarian side, and now serving for the set victory. And they get it as the Hungarians put it out of the court. 15-10. The Austrians came back from, a big disadvantage in this first set. 3-7 points they were trailing, and now they won it 15-10. Slow starters, but sure winners. That's how it went inside the first set. It's now 1-0, the scoreline set-wise between Austria 1 and Hungary 2. Since you can only see this court and glimpses of the court behind, I'm assured to tell you there is also a third court on this venue and being played on this tournament. Fourth and fifth one, only practicing courts, but games are being played parallelly to this one. And I will keep you updated regarding the scoreline in these ones and the winners and the way this tournament will eventually unfold as the Hungarians get their first point, starting exactly in the same manner as they started in the first one. Strong start, but surely they want to have a strong finish as well this time. Nothing to be earned when you only get the first points and then the other ones you don't. But once again, the Austrians are getting caught cold, not only in the sense of the cold weather here in Austria, but also in the sense of this game looking a bit shaky. But once again, the Hungarians invite themselves into the set with an unforced error, 2-1. The Hungarians are still in the lead, but the Austrians have the serve. Marlene Bremme, 24 years old. And the Hungarians take it as via an Austrian player, this ball leaves the field. Across the sideline, 2-point advantage, 3-1 in points. Austrians put it straight back from the serve. Now, can they work it inside? They do. Very good save from Breimel. The rescue really well worked, and now Hungarians played safely over the field. Not too much risks being taken, but they don't need to be taken. Sonja Gschöpf wins it for Austria, gets a point back. Hungary 3, Austria 2. This is the scoreline as sides are being changed for the first time inside set number 2. And this dink again, it wasn't even a block. The Austrians just anticipated it to make it level. 3-3 the scoreline. And the Austrians or the Hungarians will not be pleased to hear that they will be facing, if they win, but only if they win, the winners of last week in round 2. So Turkey is awaiting the winner of this fixture. And Turkey, they played some teams off the park, one really has to say, last week. They seem extremely good, they are extremely tall, extremely physical, and a real unit, play as a team, and make a really, really hard effort for anyone that tries to beat them. That's Merve Gökalp and her teammates. Surely the team that needs to be beaten, but last week only 8 teams took part, today 15 teams, so there might be some teams amongst them that can go level-headed against Turkey and take something away, as the scoreline is now 7-3 for the Austrians. Again, turn it round a little bit earlier, so the Hungarians might have time and space to rejuvenate their forces to take the second set, and they need to, because if they don't, this game is lost. Austria 1 set ahead and now 7-3 ahead. And once again, a point to Austria. 8-3, 5-point advantage. This might be real hard now for Hungary to get one out of this. However, I give them a chance if they take this point. But the Austrians make it very hard for them. But at the end, very well won by Adrien Cene, nickname Adri, 26 years old, and plays the position of a setter. Here she plays the block, and this one very, very good. But now, once again, as easily as the last one was won, this one was lost for Hungary. 9-4 points. The scoreline now very much in favor of Austria, but yet 6 points to go for a set and match win. And this point goes to Hungary. 9-5, just one more before the sides are getting changed again. Hungary with the service through Hanna Gubik. Good piece of play once again. And then the Austrians make it happen, as everyone on the Hungarian team is standing next to the net. Not really a good piece of coordination at the defensive end of their play. But as I say this, the offensive action seems a little bit more esteemed, a little bit more well worked, and it gets them a point back. 6-10 now. And a good serve once again. Dorothea Sabo. the most experienced player on their team. Gets them maybe into the fixture once again, 7-10. You like to believe it if you are Hungarian. And now, if they get one more, question is if they can. Austrians now very much in safety mode, in survival mode here. But no smashed efforts once again, but they are now looking to get a point, and they do exactly that, 11-7. And they will be happy that they got it here. Hungarians were heading into the right direction, and this one has to be really be worked at with effort. At the end, they got it, and they remained the scoreline of 4 points plus on their own side. But the Hungarians, again, picking up some pace in this fixture. And I can't really say I would be terrified, but at least I would be warned about them now. 11-8, Austrians now once again with not a well-worked effort, a lot of safety, and they seemed a little bit staggered, a little bit frozen. I don't know why. Is it the fear of winning? Is it the fear of being ahead and now having to close the show? Someone has to take responsibility here. As Hungary looks to make it an even tighter affair and maybe looking to equalize within the next 2 points. Now a better one, a better attack from the Austrians. Hungary gets, however, the chance to work it again once back. Not a good defensive work from Austria. Putting it back with the first hand every time. And I don't want to be too harsh on the Austrian defensive efforts, but there wasn't much control inside these hands being played now. And it wasn't the case that Hungary struck the ball with a lot of force. Wasn't really the case here. So they should be doing better, and they know that as well. And that's why they took a timeout. At a scoreline of 11-10, still for them. But from the current state of affairs, yet to be taken away from the Hungarians. They're looking towards it, so they better come good now. The Austrians out of this timeout they have taken. Hungary with the serve. Again, a second time struck, and this one is better. 12-10, 2-point lead, 1 point extended for them. And that gives hope now that they can drive it home, this victory. Would set up beliefs nicely for them. Building up trust, building up hope. 13-10 points, because they might know as well it wasn't easy here against Hungary too. Certainly not, but it won't be anywhere as easy as this one. They might be extremely in disarray when they have to face Turkey, and they have to play their best volleyball, that's for sure. But before that, don't want to get ahead in history. They have to win this game. And they're now working towards it. Dig that one over the blocker to give them 3 set points that are match points as well. And at the serve, there is Michaela Holaus, experienced player, 31 years of age. looking to close the show and win the game. Hungary's, however, not be messed about with. Get a point back and side changes as Hungary serves for the survival in this second set of this fixture. Let's see what they can do. Can they survive, or is it a victory to Austria? It is one, and it is a lucky one, and they know it, but it doesn't matter at the end. Fists being bumped and claps being delivered to the opponent's team. Yes, Hungary has made it fairly difficult at some stages, but at the end of the day, a clear two-set victory for the Austrian team. And that is a great start to life here at this tournament, at the CEV European Tour. Austria now, I mentioned it already, facing Turkey in round 2. Now that's the way this tournament works. The winners are playing against each other, the losers are playing against each other. And then, once again, the losers get a second chance, so to say, to redeem themselves, playing the winners of round 2 again, and so further and so on, semi-finals, finals, following tomorrow. And Austria that have won the recent game are facing Turkey at 12:30, if we can keep up to the schedule.
Die CEV Snowvolleyball European Tour 2021, präsentiert von Semperit-Reifen.
Second fixture on the main court inside our broadcast. That's Austria 4 against Austria 2. And so to say, a domestic affair between two Austrian sides that are all being now tested for the first time on this main court. It is very deep, as we have plus degrees centigrade, and it is a little bit wet, a little bit soapy, the surface, so they have to adapt to this situation, and we will see who does the better job in doing so. Austria 2 or Austria 4, that will be the question. Austria 2, the team that is formerly renowned from last week, if you were watching, as Austria 1, because there was only one Austrian team last week. And they go by the name of Eva Freiberger, Laura Porschenreitner, and Victoria Fink. Austria 4, however, with 3 new faces on their roster. That's Gugi, Purschunda, and Brandner. three greenhorns to the European Tour haven't picked up points so far, not one of them. They are the team that is playing in the blue jerseys, Austria 2 playing in red. And as you can see, Victoria Fink, easily the biggest player on the court in this game, at least, if not in a total. Number 4, a real force. Last week showed off her strengths on the main court as well as the other courts, and demonstrating again Austria is a force to be reckoned with. Referee has already blown. It can only be a matter of seconds until we start with the second fixture. Once again, it's Austria 2 against Austria 4, domestic dust-up. So to say, one team can go ahead to round 2. The other ones has to play in the round of losers. In the background, you can see Belgium facing off against Italy. That must be, but on the men's side of the tournament. So, number 3, that's Laura Porschenreitner. Number 4, Viktoria Fink. Number 2, Eva Freiberger. With Austria 4, we have Gugi as player number 1, Purschunda as number 2, and Brandner as player number 3. Experienced team. Not in the sense of snow volleyball, but in the sense of age. You can see here Gugi. Very hard serves. Smashing it over with an enormous ease also. Doesn't look forced, doesn't look overhit with overcommitment and maybe too much risk. No. Seems extremely experienced. And now Laura Porschenreitner with the effort here, but Austria 4 has a brilliant start, giving them a 2-1 lead early in this game. Also here, well struck. But being denied by Eva Freiberger. When looking at extending a further lead, no, this scoreline is level now, 2-2. Had the chance to play themselves into a very good team, a very good unit just last week. The Austrians on the number 2 team, the red ones, so to say. Victoria Fink. It is her first year of snow volleyball, while Laura Porschenreitner is playing her 3rd one. But they were featuring last week's tournament as a unit as well, and in that manner, they should be the more rounded side, the more knit together unit. But the scoreline so far is level, 3-3 the score. Slight rain is setting in as now Austria 4 is taking a little bit too much force at their efforts to get themselves ahead. So Austria 2 is getting ahead here. Victoria Fink with the serve. Are not being denied here. win the point with their own serve and giving themselves now for the first time a 2-point lead inside this game. Victor Fig gets a second effort, tries this one short, but now they're getting found out by this one. First time playback by Gugi, which sees Austria 2 being caught off the wrong foot, giving a point away, but getting one back at the time of me saying it. 6-2. Very, very well worked. Austria 4, I really have to say, I don't know a big deal of them, and I was looking to see if they can somehow keep track with Austria 2. They managed to do so on these opening stages of the first sets, and they are really good servers. You can see that once again, and maybe Laura Poschenreitner, she shouldn't have reached for that ball. Looked almost certain to go out, to go a little bit too wide. But once again, strong serve. That's what they have really in their locker. Haven't been here last week. I can assure Austria 4 if and whether they have to play against other teams here and wherever they are coming from with these kind of serves, as hardly struck as they are, they will cause every team a problem. But Austria 2 are now 2 points ahead. Once again, 8-6 at the scoreline. Got a bit lucky with this serve. Austria 4 can now look to get one back. Now they have to exchange sides at a scoreline of 8-7. Not much between the teams. And I'm intrigued to find out which one comes out victorious of this. I can tell you that much. At the moment, I'm not really able to call a clear winner here. Austria 2 now 2 points up, and that's at the gap that can now open up if you are 2 points ahead and maybe one time get lucky. Not this time though. You can open up a 3-point gap, and that gives you maybe not only the edge of leading by points, but also the edge in leading by a good example for yourself and devastating for the opponent. But everything is just theoretically spoken in that sense. Austria 4 can get their equalizer on the way, but however, once again, everything it comes in the exact opposite way. Austria 2 is 2 points up in this first set on the center court. Slight dip over the net. Can they find themselves in a position to win a point? They can, and now exactly what I have been telling you about a minute or so ago happens. For the first time, a 3-point lead opens up, and it's the vital point of this game. Austria 2 only 4 points shy of a set victory, while Austria 4 are 6 points away of even getting a point, getting a serve onto a possible set win. However, now a 2-point lead once again. But they have to win serious points here. Can't afford to only keep track. There we go, the Austrians. Austria 2 with a 3-point lead once again. And what I said before, keeping track is not enough. Sun is shining as Eva Freiberger wants to serve this ball. However, for another 30 seconds, she has to wait for that. Timeout is being called, and it might be a clever decision to do so. And even though they called it, Austria 4 doesn't seem to have a lot of issues to talk about, being the first ones back onto the pitch. And Eva Freiberger, who wanted to take it already, can now take the opportunity to serve for a 4-point lead, maybe. Austria 4, however, wants to work that one back, but uneasily. It seems to be a hard task to put that one over. Was denied by the nets, and now Austria 2 takes the opportunity at 14 to 9 points to win the set with their own serve. And this scoreline is maybe a little bit unfair to Austria 4. They were better than this. I'm saying they were. They maybe still are. They are still in this. And they believe they can take something away from here. And yet, they are inside this. And with every point they win now, they gain a little bit more confidence in their own ability to still be able to turn this one around. However, having said that, Austria 2 have 2 more, what am I saying? 3 more opportunities to close the first set with a victory on their side. Served by Gugi. Biller play by Austria 2, and then a weak attempt. Maybe they do it better this time. Victoria Fig, that one stays in. A little bit lucky, but they won't ask for anything nice at this moment in time. They will take every point they can get. Austria 4 now only 2 points behind. Austria 2 has to take the opportunity now. It would be devastating for them, leading 14 to 9. Having given up the last 3 points. Surely they have to do it now. But Austria 4, they're working miracles, but it's not quite good enough. Not quite good enough in that sense. 15 to 12 points, the first set goes to Austria 2. In this domestic dust-up between 2 Austrian teams, Austria 2 against Austria 4. The team with the number 2 in their name is leading by 1 set to 0. Gugi, Burschunder and Brandner, the team with the number 4 and the blue jerseys. They might or might not be within the reach of winning the second set and giving them a chance in the third one to still win this game. However, with every single minute inside the first set, except for maybe the short spell of them redeeming themselves, Austria too has looked a force, maybe a force that they cannot stop. A team that has played last weekend as well. And this weekend might be in a better condition, in already better terms when it comes to being a unit. But let's see. Don't write them off. Austria 4 can now win a set. Scoreline is now 1-0 to Austria 2. They gained confidence from the first one. From the set they won after a sloppy start. Victoria Fink. Ball is being served but directly into the net. 1-1 the scoreline after just 2 points being played. Level scoreline. Well struck once again from Gugi. Really like her serves. They come with a purpose. Can they win the point? The only time they really strike the ball with this effort and the purpose inside the punches is when they serve the ball. They don't really build up the game that well that they can get something here. Oftentimes being spooning it over the nets, but this time it is enough. Spooning it into the hands of Laura Poschenreitner, who can't really control this effort by Austria 4. Scoreline is now 2-2. Again, well struck, but Laura Poschenreitner this time manages to keep it in and gets her team a lead with 3-2 points. That's more like it. At least that's what they think. Eva Freiberger, 31 years old, with the serve. Also a good one. Tries it diagonally. And now along the sideline. Tries to pinch it in, but pinches it not far enough. Straight into the net, 3-3 the scoreline. It remains to be a cracker here. It remains to be a nail-biter. Very, very close, this affair between Austria 2 and Austria 4. So far, Laura Poschenreitner, can she get a point? Difficult. And now her block is getting denied by 2 good hands. From Burschunder, who is now... No, it's Brandner at the serve. But again, it seems to be the case that individual mistakes, unforced errors, occurring more often than not here. Let's see if Victoria Fink does it better this time for Austria 2. Serving for the opportunity to get ahead now. Poschenreitner, Fink, Freiberger, Gugi. And now, not quite good enough for Austria 4. And that's what they are and what they were in set 1 as well. Always the little 1 point behind. not really charging away, taking a lead and taking the game by the scruff of the neck. Good serve now. Only manages to go across via the net. And then, as they have been in a little bit of a shambles inside their own half, Austria 2 takes the opportunity to put themselves 2 points ahead. And exactly at this stage where they have done it inside the first set before, have put themselves in the lead and then not let loose until they have won the set. They do it once again. Let's see if they can finish in the same fashion that they have inside the first set. It seems to be the case that at this moment in time, 7-4 points for Austria 2. They have a little bit stronger unit, the maybe better end to certain exchanges that are being played. And they remain to be the dictating force in this game. Austria 4 now. They can not hold on to this game. Austria 2 with the better of the chances and also the better of the score, 8-4. And if they lose another one here after this serve, which they don't, I would have suggested that they should take maybe the opportunity to take a timeout. However, Gugi with her strong serves can maybe once again cause an opportunity, but not again. Not again, as Laura Poschenreitner sets up Eva Freiberger for this very, very good point. Laura Poschenreitner, who serves once again, defending deep as a unit. Poschenreitner smashes it in exactly inside this triangle between the three players, and no one really wants or really can go towards it. 10-5 points. That seems comfortable now. Seem to be assured now that they can win this. And Austria 4 does exactly what they should be doing at this point. Trailing 5 points, a timeout, getting some refreshments, getting maybe some new ideas onto their own game. Can only be for the benefit of them. Looked as if they needed some inspiration for the second set, already trailing in sets. Austria 2 has won the first one. And now also trailing in points inside the second set. Red jersey number 3, that's Laura Poschenreitner, getting them underway once again. And that's what they wanted. That's exactly what the purpose of this timeout has been. A change of dynamics, winning points when they are so important to be won. 10-6. Still 4 points behind, but now with their own serve, they maybe can, through poor Schunda, get a ball back, can get a point back. Gugi, Brandner, yes, they can. 7-10 points. No hesitation now. Play with more purpose. Freiberger, Poschenreitner, and once again the block gets Austria 4 the third consecutive point they have earned straight after this timeout. So it really paid off to take that one. That's the first one they give away. 11-8 points, and the serve is back with Austria 2. They had a cushion. They could afford to give a few points away and now they're still in the lead with 3 points. Short serve, cheekily done. And they can't finally work it back as sides are getting exchanged at 12-8 in the scoreline. Was really, really cleverly done by Eva Freiberger. Just chipped that one in and it fell like a stone just after it passed the net. This time strong hands here. Laura Poschenreitner keeps it in, which doesn't really happen for her teammates. And now 12-9. They're putting it out at least at the opportunity for Austria to make it a dominant effort, winning inside 2 sets without having to go really, really closely, only remotely close to their full potential. But maybe they have to do it now. 12-10. You can see how deep this court is. Maybe also a question of experience now in regards to how and what is the best manner to be playing on this court. I guess Eva Freiberger has a really good idea about that. 13-10. Victoria Fink can, with her own serve, win them a match point. And that is now the opportunity. At 14-10 to go exactly for the same scoreline as they have had in the first set. 15-10, you might remember. They won the first set, Austria 2 against Austria 4. And they can do it once again. Gugi with the effort. Poschenreitner. Freiberger gets the win. 15-10. Once again, 2-set victory. That's what you call dominance, I guess. Never had a doubt in their minds if and whether they can win it. And I would say the favorites to win that one won it, earning them a place inside round 2. Austria 4 has to go via the loser round, where they might have to face the loser of the game number 3. That is Italy against Lithuania 3. Let's see who comes out as the loser of that one. Austria 2, however, they play the winner of fixture 3. So Italy or Lithuania 2. The winner of them 2 is facing Austria 2. Yes, a lot of action still on the cards. Of course, Lithuania 1 against Austria 3. So all the Austrian teams are on the center court at this time. That's the next game being shown. Lithuania in red this time. Austria will be playing in blue. I'm back in after a short break for the broadcast of Lithuania 3 against Austria 2.
Die CEV Snowvolleyball European Tour 2021 präsentiert von Semperit-Reifen.
So, straight back Lithuania facing Austria 3 at this fixture on the center courts. And the first point goes to what seems to be Lithuania. No, it's getting to Austria. Lithuania in the red jerseys, Austrians in the blue ones. The scoreline now 1-1. Good pieces of play here. Very high standards. Lithuania tried to dink one in. The Austrians work it back with effort. Everyone had to dive there for the ball. Diving once again, but not quite good enough, unfortunately. So the teams now on the field with good work from the Lithuanians, but a bit too strong, a little bit overhit to give the Austrians a point back, 2-2. Lithuania, that's Virpikaite, Vitkauskaite, Andriuskaite, and Miljoskaite. Team Austria 3, that's Hinsche, Röder, and Verbik. We will have a close look at the happenings here regarding the playing lineup for Lithuania. They have, of course, as I mentioned, 4 players on their roster, and now 1 point ahead, 2 points ahead now with that win. Have a 2-point lead and an extra player. So a lot speaks for them. Featured in last week's edition of the tournament as well. Similar things can't be said about the Austrians. They are new to this environment. Usually the tournament, when it takes place at the Austrian home of snow volleyball here, is played on the top of the mountain. This time it's played on the foot of the mountain. Good conditions either way. And now the Austrians get a point, 5-3, and they celebrate it in style. Now Austria with the opportunity to serve and maybe win a point inside a good rally. Vitauskaite. Can they smash one in? Wow. Somehow rescued by Austria. The exchanges are really good. But who has the better end to it? It is Lithuania once again. 5-3 points, Vitauskaite. Virbikaite and Andriuskaite. Good serve there, easily. But Austria, they keep track, 6-4 points now after this beautiful smash. having the comparison of the game before between the two Austrian sides, there's a little bit more force, a little bit more pace inside this game. And Austria through Rödl with the opportunity to serve. Difficult for Lithuania, but as difficult as it is, they still get the point and they know it hasn't been easy. That's why they're celebrating. Virbi to Vitaus Cartier. However, good rescue from the Austrians. Wow! And how have they managed to get a point in this exchange when every card was dealt against them? You'll have to admire just how they have done it. Good serve there, but denied by the net. Had a lot of force. It was a little bit too deep. Needs a little bit more whip hitch onto it. Just like that. Rödl. Oh, and with a lot of assurance, this one goes in by Wagrain-Kleinarl. The Austrians now are giving cheap points away. 10 to 5 points. Lithuania with a clear advantage. And even though they can keep up with them and with their pace in certain exchanges and certain rallies of this game, at the end of the day, Lithuania seems to have that little bit of more quality amongst them. But they are having their moments in this game. It's about extending it and make it a regular fixture. Make it the regular case that they are making the points, that they are getting the opportunities. But before they do, and maybe have their own say in this set, they have 4 points. They are trailing now 5 points. They are trailing to Lithuania. That they have to firstly win back. Lithuanians now exchanged one player for another. There was Andrius Kaitje and now Milos Kaite is on the pitch. Featured last week as well. And they were unsure on which player has to go towards the ball. At the end, they somehow came to terms. And the Austrians don't. And that's the difference inside this first set. When they are not sure about their own efforts, they are communicating with each other, finding solutions for themselves. Vitaus Kaite again with the serve. And now there is something happening which I was explaining in the other direction. Difficult circumstances under which not even the communication of the Lithuanian team mattered or prevented them from losing this point. But they get one back. That's just the dynamic of the game. It's just the way things work here. 13 to 7 points. It's clear as day. You can see it from the first point on that they will be governing this game and that they will just take their opportunities when they are delivered to them, and there are plenty of opportunities. that are delivered. Wow. Once again, the Austrians unsure whether and which player is getting the opportunity to serve here. Seems to be a case for Hintzsche. Hintzsche, blue jersey number 1, but it was her duty only for one serve that she miscued directly into the net. 14-8 points, that's a set point for Lithuania. Short progress, really quickly done from them. 15-8, there was absolutely no chance for Austria. Lithuania with the better start to life in this tournament. Now, second set on the way. With the Austrians, they have to get one back here. Austria, of course, here at their home turf. Home turf advantage, it didn't look like an advantage for them, at least not in the first set. Wanting to get an opportunity to maybe redeem themselves has been devastating in the first set. 15-8, that's a scoreline that can be called a thrashing. And once again, Lithuania with what looked like a better start, but the point is scored for Austria 3, which gives them a lead, I think, for the first time inside this game. Jenny Rödel, number 3, is now serving for the Austrians. And that's how quickly the lead has already been giving away cheaply in this kind of sense. And Vitauskaitė for Lithuania won serves for them getting into the lead once again. They're just the stronger team out of the both. And you can see it time and time again in certain opportunities. Tine, her first name Vitauskaitė, her second name. That's just the dynamic of the game. That's just the way things work. 3-1, the scoreline for Lithuania 1 as they serve once again. Good setup. That one bounced in once again. Point to Lithuania, 4-1 as they exchange sides. 4-1 the scoreline. And this exchange with a very good opportunity for the Austrians, but no. But no. Lithuania once again get the point, 5-1. Good setup for Vitas Katje once again, square and in. Found a good angle there and placed it exactly within the borders of this field. Yeah, 6-1 timeout being taken. They've really been devastated there, the Austrians, inside the second half. Looks like two extremely different levels of game here. Looks world class to regional class, and it shows within the scoreline. Not sure what they want to do against this cleverness, this esteemedness, this force also, combining every single good feature you could have as a volleyball player inside one team. Lithuania surely within reach of the title on this weekend. We will see, of course, tomorrow how they will do once they maybe go into a semi-final or final. But so far, they show how dominant they can be. 7-1 the scoreline. And now only the question, Vitas Katje, who is serving for, I think, the 6th time now on the trot, 6 points. They have gained in consecutive order. Barely any chance for the Austrians here. And they really have to work now that this scoreline is not getting extremely embarrassing for them. 9-1. Very, very hard to swallow. At least for me, it would get personal now. Have to throw everything into it. That is not the fashion in which you want to be beaten. Not even talking about being beaten, but the kind of manner. And they have shown that they can play better volleyball inside the first set, and now they show it once again. Getting a point back, it will be a relief for them. 9-2 the scoreline. Now very high serve, very, very far serve. Far, far gone. Which gives Lithuania again the opportunity, having now double figures on the scoreboard, 10-2, to win a set in a fashion that hasn't been shown, at least at this tournament before. Not this tournament, not last week. No one has been dominated in a fashion that Lithuania does Austria 3 so far. 11-2 points. Extremely, extremely strong so far. And now once again, Vitas Katje rises above her opponents, and Urte Andrius Kaitje really strong woman, good hands, good physical stats around her. 11-3. but already has to be 11, has already to be 12-3, I'm sure. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been sides exchanged. See, however, of course, this point goes to Lithuania, as basically every point does in this game. 13-3, Greta Milos Kutie. But the Austrians are holding on once more. Lithuania, who wins this exchange, while Austria has a little bit of problems. Should treat this one maybe as a warm-up game to find the composition within their own ranks, to better the communication, to better their play as a whole. But Lithuania has no mercy whatsoever with them, and that's the way this set and this match ends. 15-3. A bigger devastation hasn't been seen so far in this tournament. There is levels between them, it has shown, and Lithuania will surely take a chunk of self-confidence from this fixture. However, they can't overestimate it. I'm sure not every opposition will be beaten as easily as Austria 3 has been beaten in this fixture. Commiserations to them. It is not easy to take a defeat just like this, but I'm sure we will see them once again when we come to the later stages of this tournament. Well, the net has been raised towards a higher level, 2.24 meters, which is the indication for you that the men's are now entering the fields to get on their behalf started at our today's broadcast, which you can see on Volley TV at the European Federation of Volleyball, as well as you can watch us on snowvolleyball.com. Certain other broadcasts are to follow around the whole continent.
Die CEV Snowvolleyball European Tour 2021 präsentiert von Semperit Reifen.
As we are back, we can now take a look at how this men tournament is unfolding, maybe in difference to the women's ones. The men are playing in 4 different pools. That's pool A, B, C, and D, which can be roughly translated to, well, groups, like you would play a tournament of 16 teams in a group phase, and then a round of losers, a round of winners, so further and so on. Group A, certain fixtures have been already played. There was Russia against Ukraine 2 that ended 2-0 to the Russians. Then there was France against Ukraine 1, which ended 2-1 to the Ukrainians. And now the both winners of the first fixture are facing off on the center courts. Ukraine won against Russia. Both of the teams featured in last week's tournament and have been one of the better ones. Ukraine 1 finished as number 3 of the tournament, and the Russians have won it in the final against Austria just last week, which was a real effort. A lot of good teams featured, and the Russians finally won it in some fashion. We can say that. Straight after this match, we have Austria won against Switzerland on the broadcast. So the winners of the last week's silver medal, second place, are being on the broadcast just afterwards. Now, Russia and Ukraine. We have a look at their team sheet. With Russia, and Russia is the only Russian team, so there's no Russia 2, 3 or 4, but only this one inside the men's competition. That's Bakna, Daidanov, Bobrikov and Mikhailev. Of course, as I said before, the winners of last week's tournament. We are very much looking forward to see them once again in action. Have been a real force. Extremely dynamical, physical and purposeful in their efforts. And Ukraine won. That's Bokshan Yuri, that's Skukis Mikhailo, Kuzmin Maxim and Sveredyuk Tarash. And they have been third place last week. They've been second place in Donovali, so also a tournament on the European Tour. Have had their big moments, but not the biggest one of all yet. Haven't won a tournament with these 4 players on the roster. So that is still to be won, and maybe this weekend could be the decisive moment for them, in which they win their first major tournament on the European Tour. However, it is a long way to go until they can even dare to speak about winning anything in the sense of a whole tournament. Russia with the blue tracksuits in the field, closer to the camera in the background. Ukraine, you can see them warming up as well, going about the tournament setup with black tracksuits. However, can't see anyone wearing one at this moment right now. So, seems to be the end of the warming up phase. The Russians in the most likely blue jerseys, as the Ukrainians are wearing the red ones. So Russia, they are ready. They have 4 players on the roster. Only 3 can, however, feature. That's number 2, number 4, and number 3. So they leave Buckner on the sidelines and play with Daidanov, Bobrikov, and Mikhailov in the first encounter of this fixture between Russia and Ukraine 1 here on this tournament. The first men's game we're featuring at this moment in time. Russia get the first points. They're off to a good start. Mikhailov with a good ball, squares it in, wins the first point for his mother nation. And now the Ukrainians getting a point back. This will be a good encounter. I'm really, really sure about that. Now, Ukrainians underway with Russia countering. That's so strong. These strong hands from Mikhailov, they are not easily being denied. Redhead Mikhailov, we could call him up from now. Easily to be remembered with the hat he's wearing. Ukrainians now with a chance, but that one goes just wide for Russia. Just wide, and it can only be centimeters. Number 1 for the Ukrainians has been their decisive player of last week, who has won them a lot of points. When he played good, the team played good. Bokshan Yuri can't get them off to a winning start, however. 3-2 points, Russia in the lead. As sides are being exchanged for the first time in this fixture. Number 3, that's Bobrikov. Petr Buckner, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken, but I don't have the same team sheets at my disposal. So, might or might not be true. 4 points to 2 now. Russia tells the Ukraine via the very strong hands, why the very strong pieces of play, why they have won last week and not them. But now, commanded by Bokshan Yuri, the Ukrainians are not to be pushed about. Mikhailo Suksis. Number 2 for the Ukrainians. A looping effort. And as Bokshan Yuri wants to go for the block, the Russians have already seen that and played more or less around him. A smash to the ground, number 4, Ruslan Daidanov. Red hat Daidanov. Aerial force, good piece of defending by the Russians. Have to work hard to keep that one in. And as they keep it in, they just smash it to the ground. At the Ukrainian end, 6-3 points. Barely any team that I have seen play here on the center court of this brilliant tournament has played better than the Russians. Make it look easy. Not the most spectacular team. However, the Ukrainians give us a good shout about being spectacular and winning points that way. Bokshan Yuri who is the kingpin of that team. I'm hoping to see the German team playing as well today. They have a player of similar magnitude. Maxim Kuzmin, player with the number 3, gets the Ukrainians off. And the Russians, wow. Just how do you want to defend a powerful shot like this from Mikhailov? Number 2 on the jersey, that's Mikhailov. Also loops that one in. Ukraine has to defend there. And the defending doesn't turn into offensive action. At least not in a manner that can them win a point. Rather, they give one away 8-4. The Russians are playing flawless this far. Even though the Ukrainians win this point in a very, very good manner. They're finding it hard to keep track with them. Because the Russians, they just don't do unforced errors. Don't do mistakes so far. Bokshan Yuri forces one. 8-6. And this could now be their opportunity to level the score once and for good. 9-8, the scoreline. Russians are ahead, and the Ukrainians, even though they haven't played bad, even though they really should be looking happily, they really can't at this moment in time. And that's a sad event for them, because they really got their game going. They really played in a manner that would win them certain other games here. I would even say that would win them a lot of games here. But sadly for the Russian team, even though they get a point back now, it is not quite good enough. But once the Russians step off the gas a little bit, the Ukrainians are there to take this game by the scruff of the neck. 8-9 points. The Ukraine is back in this, and a timeout is being taken. We have to remember both teams can exchange one player for another, have 4 players on the roster, 1 substitute yet to be substituted. Both teams didn't take the opportunity to do so thus far. So if Russia is now, after they have lost a few points on the trot, ready to give the Ukraine a good match again, we will see. Bokshan Yuri worked across, and that's now level. They are now level on the scoreline. The perfect equalizer. For Russia, it is now difficult to swallow after having dominated the first half of this set. Ukraine is very much in this, but exclamation mark only if the Russians can't get the positive actions, the offensive actions. Then they are still good, still yet to make a mistake. 11-9 points. That's how quick it can go. The Ukrainians celebrated their equalizer, and the Russians just quickly, without much effort, pull away 2 points yet again. Ruslan Daidanov, I can't even say which of the players is the most decisive one, which of them is winning games for them. Everyone is just such a strong player in their own right, and the Ukraine get a point back. However, Russians are talking to the referee that they overreached, that they had the hands across the net where they are not allowed to go. And the Russians now, once again, with the slight opportunity, being 2 points ahead, now charge away, and once you are 13 to 10 ahead, or 10 to 13 behind in different circumstances against the Russians, you don't fancy your chances to win, that's for sure. But they are not getting 30 to 10 behind. No, they shorten the scoreline, 11 to 12. Bokshan Yuri, with his really hefty right hand that he brings into play so well. Now he's delivering the ball with his left. But once again, if you can't block Daidanov, it is going to be a long night for you. Because every time he places inside the sidelines, it is so strong. And this point is just wide. And that might have been the first unforced error we have seen from the Russians so far. And you can see how good the Ukrainians held on for dear life here to stay in this game. Had to do also only a minimum of unforced errors, but yet that will maybe not be enough, as the Russians now lead by 14 to 12 points, which means 2 opportunities to win the first set. Daidanov, who has taken off his red hat, but has now won with an unforced error of the Ukrainians this first set for Russia. And that's the pinnacle, really the pinnacle of snow volleyball. Barely any game have I seen that was played to this level. Bokshan Yuri, who tells his teammates Michailo Sukis and Maxim Kuzmin now that there has to be a little bit more effort put into the second set, otherwise they will lose it as well. Everything has to be perfect to beat these Russians, and the Ukrainians have been nearly perfect, but only nearly. So once again, the Russians get this set underway. Daidanov with a good serve and the Ukrainians with the first point. Yes, this will not be easy though for the Russians. It hasn't been clear all day long in a sense of they were charging to victory. No, they had to battle against the Ukrainians. They were just a little bit too well-rounded for them. But quality-wise, there's not much between those two teams. And once again, Russia serves for the opportunity to make it 2-1, but the Ukrainians make it 2-1 for them. 2-1 the scoreline, the Ukrainians up by 1 point. Maxim Kuzmin, player with the number 3. Tall fella, 1 meter 95 centimeters tall. A real force. The man in red, and somehow the Russian can't control it. Was it his fault though? That's the question. Or was it just a brilliant delivery from Maxim Kuzmin? Once again, Kuzmin, this time a better defense by the Russians. Mikhailov does it a little bit more well-rounded and gets the opportunity to deliver one on his behalf now. Again, good setup play, and the Ukrainians are getting the point because a Russian hand was in play before it entered the ground. Buckner has his difficulties in receiving the ball for the second time going, and maybe they should look towards substituting him, as they are now 5-2 points behind. The Ukrainians are doing the same as the Russians did, in the same fashion as the Russians did in the first set. Five to 2 points and a timeout being taken. Russians are not happy about this scoreline, not happy about the manner in which they received these points. And now, can they do it better now? They can. They surely can. We always knew that they could. And now Mikhailov, player with the number 4, Daidanov, excused, makes the vital point back to 5-3, and now has the serve, but does the mistake there. Looks back as if he was double checking the ground, as if he was slipping while serving the ball. And again, Buckner has problems with receiving the ball, and I think it's now the opportunity at 7-3 to think about substituting him off. Hasn't had a good game, and I think it's now the right time for him to leave the court. Ukraine with Mikhailo Sukis. Daidanov! Wow! That's how you get back in a game like this. 4-7 still behind. but that was a statement. And now he knows exactly how important, how vital this point is. Kuzmin, Maxim Kuzmin, as he fist pokes it across the net and over the top of all his opponents. Onto the ground, 8-4, keeping the lead at 4 points. Bakna, can he redeem himself? Wow, good block by Bokshan Yuri, still in play. Again, good block from Bokshan Yuri, but doesn't get the rewards for it. Point goes to Russia. So Bakna with the serve, and then Kuzmin. Wow, just being defended. Kuzmin once again, now with strong hands, but this one goes over and out, and Kuzmin can't believe it, but it is really the case. Bobrikov with the serve now. Number 1, Bobrikov at 6-8, looking from the Russian perspective, 6-9 now. And the Ukrainians, even though they are not as dominant as in the opening stages, they are keeping a hold to the advantage, 3 points ahead at this moment in time. Ukrainians doing exactly that, what the Russians did inside the first set, heading towards a potential third one as a decider for this very, very close affair. And Bokshan Yuri gets his Ukrainians once again underway and saves it off the ground with Kuzmin, but there was a Russian hand in game, so the Ukrainians earn this point, giving them a 4-point lead, 10-6, and surely now they will cruise that one home. At 10-6 points, it can only be one winner here. One should assume. But the Russians, we know about their qualities. Everyone has seen the first set here and on which intensity they can play. Petr Bakna. Number 3, Bokshan Yuri saves it in diving manner. And even though that one was about to go wide, a Russian hand saves it for Mikhailo Sukis. Mikhailo Skukis, who is also the player that starts off events for the Ukrainians in this encounter, but it goes not easy to calling these games, to really be calling these games in a fashion that Russia and Ukraine go about it. Also for me, a little bit staggering how good, again, this block from Bobrikov is to give Russia a chance once again. 11-9, and if we're talking about a late comeback here, surely there's only one team that can pull one off in a spectacular fashion, as spectacular as the Russians could. And that's the Russians themselves. Here once again, closing in on the Ukrainians at 11-10 and their own serve to get them back on level terms. Good serve via Bokshan Yuri to Kuzmin. And once again, he doesn't really find the ground with his smashes. They're really getting thrown horizontally. And now they're taking a timeout at 11-11 as they have been in the lead. And Kuzmin, he will know that some of these points, some of these easily given away points, were his responsibility. The 1-meter-95 giant, Maxim Kuzmin, 29 years old, second season of snow volleyball. Now the Russians at 11-11. Who has the better end to this encounter? It is Ukraine. Ukraine won, but only just. But if they can get a second point ahead, that would now be the best of the benefits they could earn in the whole of the game, but they don't. The Russians get the point back, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go now 12-12, 13-13, 14-14. It could be very, very tight now. Buckner hands it over to Bobrikov, who serves. And the Ukrainians, again with strong hands, do what they have to do. Michailo Suksis, 13-12 points. And now the serve on their respective side. Michailo Suksis, 26-year-old from Ukraine. Bokshan Yuri with the serve. Good ball, Russians work it, Bobrikov. Explores how big this tiny field can be. If you smash it diagonally, you gain a lot of space in which you can place the ball, and he did exactly that, found himself some space and then just dinked it in. And the Ukrainians again, Kuzmin, and he knows how important that one was. Gives them the serve as well as the 1 point advantage at 14-13, which means they can now win it. 14-13 now is the time for the Ukrainians to win themselves this set, but the Russians hold on for dear life. And they earn their points the hard way, but the fair way. So let's see what the Russians can do. A set win would mean that the game is over in favor of the Russians, but a set win to the Ukraine would mean, of course, a win of the entire thing. I'm sorry, I'm mistaken, of course. Would mean a third set yet to be played. Once again, Kuzmin, the Ukrainian giant, with a good serve. The Russians already halfway out managed to rescue that one, but this one is out. And even though they fought for it, they can't deny the Ukrainians that take this opportunity and win themselves at 16-14, the second set, which drags this game into a third set that will be surely one of the most interesting ones we have seen in this whole tournament. Two sets of players that are so well-rounded, really good strikers of a volleyball. At the same time, really good coordination inside the teams. Not much to separate the both sets, and just a good fun game to watch. And I'm sure no one will be disappointed about the fact that we see another set of it being played, because the entertainment value is really high. And the sun is also joining us for the third set on the center court between Russia and Ukraine. 1-1 in sets. The third one should be the decider. And Kuzmin for the first time with one of his 100-mile-an-hour smashes gets denied, but his teammate Bokshan Yuri does it a little bit better and wins Ukraine the valuable first point in this game. Every point, I'm sure, will now be celebrated as it was the last one. Kuzmin once again. The Russians now know that he operates in that left space and wants to smash it diagonally with his strong right hand every opportunity he's given, so they know exactly how to block his shots. Does have to adopt his game, maybe a little bit at least. Once again, Kuzmin, he gets denied. Strong hands, surely. And the Russians are unfit to defend that one, only due to the force, not due to his placement. That's raw force from him, and now with his serve, that is good. It gives the Russians an opportunity to not have him on the net for a block, and they use this opportunity to get a point for themselves. 2-2 the scoreline. Ukraine 2, Russia 2. And that one goes just a little bit far to the left. 3-2 to the Ukraine. It will eventually be the team that gets a little bit more lucky, I'm sure. It will not be decided by much. So the luck has to be on your side in this deciding third set. Russia with Daidanov. Who is also the server now for them. 3-3, Daidanov, red hat Daidanov. Tries a short one against Kuzmin, who finds exactly the corner he wants to find all the time. But something was foul about that. And the Russians get awarded the point. Good smash though from Kuzmin. Just couldn't keep it in quite. And this time it's Bokshan Yuri. And why they don't try it more often, they will ask themselves. Bokshan Yuri, good left hand. Smashes it to the foot of a Russian player. Can't keep it off the ground though. Again, at 4-4, the Russians want to dink one in, and very good eyes from Daidanov, who has seen the left flank is completely open. I only need to place this softly, place the ball softly into the corner, and the Ukrainians can do nothing about it. Russia 1 point ahead. Bokshan Yuri, Kuzmin! What a hit! I really have to say, I enjoy the pieces of play from Kuzmin. Sometimes not as clever as his teammate Bokshan Yuri, but with such a force. And here once again, good serve from him. Daidanov, good defensive action. Yuri helps out. And now it's Michailo Skukis who wins them a point that sends Ukraine ahead. Ahead on point 6-5 for Ukraine. And the Russians can't get them to the ground. Not so quick. But now, third time of asking, Baknar is the one that gets the decider. 6-6 in the third set. This is nail-biting action here. Ukrainians good in receiving the ball, and it's Kuzmin, the strong giant. Davai, you can hear how they fire themselves up for the next point, and next point, and next point. And Kuzmin will scratch himself and kick himself that this one couldn't stay in. Russia now 7-7, get it level once again, and has now the opportunity to serve for the lead with Daidanov, who blocks it. Russia 1 point ahead as they approach the second half of this deciding set. 15 points. You need to win a set. Just to remind you, 2 sets win you a game. And Daidanov gets his Russians once again into the mix. With the Ukrainians have to pray as this ball scrambles across the line, only just, and they will be happy about it. Prevent the Russians from opening up a 2-point gap, but rather equalize and get the opportunity to serve. Daidanov, Baknar. Very, very good. You've heard it in the background. And they only go one apiece now. One for Russia, one for Ukraine, one for Russia. Everything stays tight. Bokshan Yuri with a surprise one. But surprises himself a little bit by how far he has smashed that one out. And now the Russians have this 2-point advantage that can prove to be so valuable. Ukrainians coming under a little bit of pressure already. Oh, a good dink over the top. But a good rescue from Mikhailov. So important. In the background, there's nothing wrong here in Austria. It's just the sirens being tested every Saturday at 12 o'clock. So dinner time, better get your food ready and watch the European Tour here in Wagrain. Snow volleyball next to it. Don't miss out on any of this action. Within a blink of an eye, this fixture can be decided 11-8 for the Russians. I said already when they had a 2-point advantage, it could now be the pressure for Ukraine that makes it hard for them. Bokshan Yuri. Net stops his effort a bit, and the Russians are now pulling away. And Bokshan Yuri, maybe in hindsight spoken, should have never taken the risk, which eventually gave the Russians the 2-point lead. Now they are already pulled away 4 points. They really have to turn it around now. Kuzmin, Skukis and Bokshan. And now Kuzmin gets this valuable point back. And they needed that for their self-confidence in this very moment. Good delivery. Once again, the Russians are not being trashed by this one scream that Maxim Kuzmin shouted out when he won the last point. No, they win the next one back, giving the best answer they could give. And Baknar now with the serve as the Ukrainians heavily bounce that one in. Good effort that was from Mikhailo Skukis. 13-10 points now. That one is given away so cheaply. So cheaply. The Ukrainians will kick themselves. I guess this one is over. The Russians still have to manage the last point. Still have to get it. But at 14-10, it surely is only a question of time when they will get the final point that wins them this game. Not thus far, though. The Ukrainians get their 11th before the Russian gets their 15th. Game is going really nicely for the Russians, and then at the second time of asking, they win this cracker. It was a brilliant game, and the Russians have the better end to it. They've earned it, especially in the last set, having pulled away, having developed a good advantage which ultimately gave them the opportunity to win it at the end. And Russia beats Ukraine and makes themselves the winners not only of this game but also of their group. In that case, that's Group A. And the next fixture we will be seeing here, I'm sure you know the familiar faces on the pitch, is Austria 1 against Switzerland. I will shortly go away and then come back for this fixture played in the sun on the mountains here in the very nice landscape of Austria. Austria 1 against Switzerland for a win in Group D.
Die CEV Snowvolleyball European Tour 2021, präsentiert von Semperit-Reifen.
There we go. Back in business. Austria against Switzerland. Austria in the blue tops. Switzerland in the red ones. Both teams featured in last week's tournament. The Austrians had a little bit of a better one, reaching even the finals. So that's Austria against Switzerland. Switzerland with the first serve and already a foul one. So that's 1-0 to Austria at the first time of asking. Very good effort. And this is Seiser with his first chance. And Zurgilden answers in a very good fashion. To win them the points. 1-1. So introducing the teams, that's what I'm going to do a little bit later when the action maybe bows down. But once again, Moritz Kindl, also called Muxa, that's his nickname. He is playing in the number 3 jersey for the Austrians and wins them a point, as well as gives them the opportunity to serve. And that's what he does so brilliantly. This left hand is only very difficult to be denied. Wow. Sets it in beautifully. Tries it once again, and once again exactly onto the corner. And the Swiss, look at their faces. Extremely on fire. Moritz Kindl at these early stages not only does it once, but is as cheeky as doing it twice. 4-1 for the Austrians here at their home turf. Moritz Kindl. Swiss answer about to follow. And this one gets in again. Moritz Kindl proves to be a talismanic figure for his Austrian team. Swiss team consisting of Remo Spar, Raphael Zurgilden and Raphael Spar, the both brothers, are not looking happy at the moment, and they took a timeout already at the scoreline of 1-5. Austrian team, Moritz Kindl, Matthias Seiser, Florian Schretzer. And now that they are back, they will look for solutions. But with Moritz Kindl on the serve, it can only be hard for you. And now the Swiss get their point, so the purpose has been fulfilled. Timeout was a valuable asset for them at this moment in time. Number 3 steps out towards the back line. Marcel Spar, that is. And the big, the tall Matthias Seiser rises towards the ball and then dinks it in. The two of them, Moritz Kindl and Matthias Seiser, also built a duo in beach volleyball in the summer. That's where they are known from, and they adopted snow volleyball as well. Getting Florian Schnetzer onto the duty as well. 6-3 points now. With the Swiss are slowly but surely getting into action. Remo Spar, the brother of Marcel, also now on the serve. The Austrians not only getting points, they're hamstering it. You really have to say, like a little animal getting all the nuts together, getting every single one possible. Florian Schnetzer will be the server for the maybe next one, and the block is good again. I was talking about the Russians in a manner that they are maybe the best team in the tournament, playing with such a force behind their actions. What can I say about these Austrians? 8-3, total domination so far. It is Seiser, but the Swiss get it back once again, and another time. Really spectacular pieces of play. Seiser dinks it in, and they can play every single piece of play. They can smash it, they can play acrobatically, and they can dink it in. What do they not possess as invaluable assets about their game? They can do basically everything, the Austrians, and that's why they are ahead 9-3 points. You can't even argue that Switzerland is playing a bad game. They're just overwhelmed by the power and by the assurance of the Austrian force. The Austrian team is now leading by 10-3 points. But they have to be concentrated now. Very good ball. They keep it in, and now Switzerland gets a point back. Remo Spar, Raphael Zurgilgen, Marcel Spar. And Raphael Zurgilgen now steps onto the byline to deliver the ball towards, once again, Moritz Kindl, who has the eyes and also the hands to make this offensive action again a successful one. Sees the openings at this tiny pitch that is exactly as big as a beach volleyball pitch, which of course is only played in the teams of 2. So 1 player more on each side doesn't give you a lot of openings, but yet Moritz Kindl finds them and also uses them. The Swiss team can't really find them and use them. But maybe they find them. We don't find out, as they don't use them a lot of times. Only 4 times, only 4 points so far in this first set. 12-4, now 13-4. Timeout has already been taken very early in this set, so not another opportunity, and the Austrians won't take one. I'm sure about that. They want to get it done and over with as quickly as possible. Maybe through Moritz Kindl, not this time. 4 contacts, so that's foul play. The Swiss now 13-5 points. Do they still reckon with a potential opportunity to win here? I doubt it. Good piece of play here. Very well done. And even Marcel Spar, who dives for it, can't really do anything. Once these balls are delivered with such a force behind them, as quickly as they come, you can only hope for control of the ball, but not really ensure it. And now at 14-5, they can win the set, and they do so at the first time of asking. 15-5. Now that's domination, my friends. Moritz Kindl, Florian Schnetzer, Matthias Seiser. What do you want to say about them? That's around the best things I have seen on the center courts. And I'm not trying to exaggerate in any shape or form. The Russians have been good. The Ukrainians have been good. We've known that. And all the teams, basically, that I have seen so far are a step further in comparison to last week. And maybe that is because they could now set themselves in, play as a unit, find themselves. But whatever the reason is, it is extremely enjoyable to watch, and that's not only the reason why, but also the reason behind the success of the whole operation, of the whole of snow volleyball. That's why it is so good to watch and televised in many countries across the world. And the Austrians now 1 point behind. The first point goes to Switzerland. Remo Spar sets them off, and bad piece of handling by Florian Schnetzer. I'm sure he wasn't expecting that himself, and they now have to look towards the scoreline, being 2 points behind and thinking, well, the first set had a completely different dynamic. We can't afford to let the Swiss pull away, and they don't. They managed to get one back. Very, very good hands, Matthias Seiser. What are you saying about this? And Florian Schnetzer, 31 years of age, experienced, but yet with an unforced error. Tried to play it a little bit low. Raphael Zurgilgen, even more experienced, 38 years of age. Remo Spar can't keep that one in. Remolito, as he prefers to be called, 26 years of age himself. Let's see what Moritz Kindl can do with his serve. Always has some extravagant options, but his first one is also his last one, at least in this trial. 2 points to 4. Swiss still managed to keep a lead. Zurgilgen across the net, and then Kindl. And this one is a point to Austria. 4-3. Getting the corner to maybe enter the winning straight once again. Matthias Seiser. Oh, they've seen this opening and used it brilliantly. And the Austrians are a little bit frustrated with themselves. Not as easily being played like the first set. 5-3 for the Swiss with Remo Spar. Good start. And now, point to the Austrians. Seiser keeps it in. The biggest achievement of the Swiss is a 9th place in the snow volley. So they haven't won the big prizes on the tour thus far. But now they're giving Austria a real run for their money. 6-4 ahead. However, this is only the start of the second set. Still a lot of time and still a lot of opportunities for the Austrians to get back into the running. Rafael Zurgilgen. Very well received and then smashed by Kindle. Not enough though. Against Zurgilgen that keeps it in, and they play their best volleyball now. And the Austrians feel that. And the scoreline shows it. Once again, Zurgilgen. Seiser. Seiser and Kindle. Kindle again. Sees it. And achieves it. Not happy with the efforts so far, but can now, with his own serve, make the difference. Puts very much on it, too much. And doesn't deliver in the quality he has delivered in the first set, and it shows at the scoreline. Couldn't keep up the pace. 5-8. 3-point advantage to Switzerland. Point awarded to Austria, however. Lost their first game, of course, Austria, against Slovenia. So they want to redeem themselves here in this game. But can they get out of jail against this Swiss team that leaves no stone unturned and wins every point they can win at this moment in time? 9-6, and yet as we come closer to the final stages of this set, Switzerland still keeps on holding the lead and defending it. And they win also this one, and that was a little bit lucky. One has to admit the Swiss will be the first ones to admit that. This time, very well received. Seiser sees it and now gets the opportunity to keep Austria in the game, and does exactly that. 10-7. Nothing won for the Swiss already. Remo Spar and Marcel Spar has to play it safely, but not as safely that it enters even the field of the Austrians. Goes wide, well wide, and also this one is directly put into the net, which gives Austria now the opportunity to equalize with the next serve they have. But before that, timeout being taken. And that's a quality that the Swiss unfortunately have shown, that they can play the level that the Austrians can play. No worries about that. They can keep up with them, but they also very quickly to single-handedly giving a lead away without necessarily big force from the opposition. And that costs, of course, at this top level of the competition. Now, Switzerland clinched the point, however, 11-9. So keep the momentum on their own side. Austria has lost their first fixture against Slovenia. That's what I already said. The Swiss lost against Lithuania, and that one wasn't even a close affair. 15-6, 15-12. So it would not only be the first match victory, it would also be the first set victory if they could somehow secure themselves the set here, but not as easily done as being said. 11 points to 10 now. Swiss against the Austrians. And Moritz Kindl tries to serve along the line. Once again, not to be surprised though, the Swiss. But yet, at this vital moment in the game, Austria gets the equalizer. They were searching for such a long time. And it's exactly the right moment. And Moritz Kindl on the serve. And if they can turn it around completely, gets decided now. No, not at the moment. The Swiss get in the lead once again, 12-11 points. And we see Marcel Spar, of course, on the serve. Puts the service in, light, sunlight is beaming down. Point awarded to Austria, sets them level again, 12-12. Close affair as we reach the finally the finishing stages of the second set. The Austrians won the first one, so that would mean if they can win it, the game would be over. Switzerland looking to extend the game onto a third set. Marcel Spar. And the Austrians get this one. So it's 13-13. Close scoreline. Florian Schnetzer, what can he do? Swiss receive it and then put it wide, and it's now the opportunity to win the whole game for Austria at 14-13. But before they do so, they get a timeout once again, settling down, talking about a revolution. No, talking about maybe the tactics. How do you want to serve for this vital point? You only get one opportunity. Otherwise, the game has to carry on. Of course, 2 points need to be in your advantage to win the set for you. So there's no 15-14, 16-15. No, 2 points advantage is required to win the set, and that's why they have at an advantage 14-13 the opportunity to win it with this point being won. Good serve, but zur Gilden, Marcel Spar stays relaxed, stays calm, sees the opportunity, takes it, puts it level to 14-14. Austrians have to dig in deep now. Very well received. Saiza! And the Swiss are now clinching their opportunity to win this set. Das machen wir jetzt, he says, which means we close it now, we do it now. 15-14 advantage Switzerland, and their own serve zur Gilden. Kindl. Saiza! Point to Austria. it stays close. 15-15, at least 17 points required to win this game. Kindle, and when they work, they are brilliant, but when they don't work, they put your team in a precarious situation. Once again, they're trailing behind at 15-16. The Swiss with a soft serve, but they managed to keep it in. Remo Spar zur Gilgen, and now they win it. And Moritz Kindl will kick himself for being so risky in his serve that they, in hindsight, now have to go to a third set. One in sets, Austria against Switzerland. They have to go to a third one. And the Austrians have been dominant in the first one. The second one has been level, with the luckier end for Switzerland, which now means, of course, that if Austria once again gets to play their best volleyball, it should be enough. However, it is not to be said that Switzerland has already played their best volleyball. They could already have a potential. Remo Spar, however, will take the responsibility of the first serve. Schnetzer, and they win the first point, and they push themselves onwards, as they should do. 1-0 for the Austrians. Florian Schnetzer. The serve is, however, not good. Goes directly into the net, and that's the points they should not give easily away, at least. If you have to concede them, you concede them, but not as easily. But in these situations, they are the better team. You can see that. Once Matthias Seiser gets onto the ball. In these close ranges to the net, it is very difficult to defend him. Moritz Kindl, can he do his magic on the serve once again? Opportunity stands deep. Very well struck, and that's these situations where you need that hunting instinct, where you need to have the instinct of knowing where the ball goes and anticipate it before the opposition can do it. And that's the quality of Matthias Seiser. 3-2 Austrians ahead at the moment. Can change quickly, however. But it seems to me that they play a better version of themselves once they are in the lead. Seem to be a bit frightened when under pressure of making mistakes, which isn't the case when they are in the lead. Look much more comfortable, much more decisive, even though that one goes a little bit wide, and Matthias Seiser is not happy about himself, but still plays with a lot of confidence, and that's how it should be. Remo Spar, the 26-year-old, 1 meter 20 87 tall, 90 kilograms on his ribs. So, that's Remo Spahn, that's Zurgilgen. Good point for Switzerland, keeps them in the conversation. 5-4. And now Austria is ahead. However, Switzerland with the opportunity to equalize. Seiser! But Remo Spahn anticipates it, and now he complains to the referee that the Swiss team reached over the net into the half of the Austrians. Not happy about the decision. And now Austria with the opportunity after a Swiss serve, and they get the point. The Swiss get the point. And they celebrated rightfully. Came back now from 2 points behind to 1 point ahead. Timeout being taken. You got the impression that they are the better team. They just do too many mistakes at this moment in time. And I'm sure Switzerland knew that they were second favorites in this game coming into it. But now they look real favorites to me. Austria couldn't keep their form up from the first set. Seemed to be leveling down to the level of the opposition. And Remo Spahn makes a real good effort to block this one, sends Switzerland ahead on 2 points. And Austria really has to pick up its pace here, because if they don't, it will be the second game on the trot they lose. This could then be the end of all hopes for them. And once again, Switzerland wins the point, and it's now a real wave on which they're sailing on. You can see that confidence is high, confidence is low on the other end. A little bit of discussion already inside the team. Have to stay patient now. Seiser, and that's what he can do. He can change the fortunes for a team because of his individual class. Moritz Kindl has to find his form now. Hasn't delivered an awful lot, especially not in the second and third set. Maybe now. Very good effort. Switzerland has to play it over in a safe manner. And this one is overhit again. What a shame. 6-9. Switzerland holds on to their lead, and they now need every opportunity they can get, every support they can get to get themselves through their bad patch. And sails them into clear waters once again to maybe win it at the end. However, Switzerland well ahead at this moment in time, overstepped the mark when serving. So that's also a cheap point to give away. Both teams are showing nerves. But who shows more? Switzerland once again. Remo Spahn. Cheap point to give away in a manner like this. And it's 8-9 now. And once again. A timeout being taken. Switzerland now with the important point at this moment in time. 10-8. They have to drag them into deep waters. The Austrians ask them questions they haven't been asked before, but not do things like that and give cheap points away. Once again, 10-9. They're helping Austria back into the game, and this could be costly when it comes to the very end of this set. Seiser on the net, blocks it, but not quite good enough against Marcel Spar. 11-9 points. Very warm, very soapy underground. That is also very wet. Zur Gilgen with a good delivery, and once again this ball falls to Moritz Kindl, and even though it looked out, it was in, giving Austria once again a point back. 11-10. Moritz Kindl's left hand proves not to be the weapon it has been in recent games, and we have seen him using and utilizing his power in better ways. Again, a serve overhit and a point to Switzerland. 12-10. And again, Remo Spar with the ball forwards. And now Moritz Kindl gets denied. 13-10 points. This will be incredibly hard for Switzerland to win it. Incredibly hard. Three points ahead at 13-10. Austria has to dig in deep now. They don't really know how to find a way to beat Switzerland after they dominated the first set. Maybe now Moritz Kindl a point back, 13-11, but that can only be the beginning. Seiser with the serve. And now wins the block and wins the point. And do Switzerland show at this exact moment the nerves they shouldn't be showing? Can Austria build confidence on these two consecutive points they have won? They are still behind, but they have the momentum on their side. Well struck once again, Remo Spar with Zur Gilgen overhit once again, and they are now on level terms. And do they show mentality once again? Switzerland not happy with the decision. The Austrians not happy about Switzerland complaining. Is this now getting heated up at the business end of the third set? It all is set to be decided within the next 2 points. The Austrians are delivering the ball. And once again, a timeout is taken ahead of this penultimate moment. Drags on for quite some time now, this game. And it's only getting more exciting. As Matthias Seiser gets the opportunity. Serves onto the left side. Remo Spar. Switzerland wins the point. Could prove to be an important point here, because they now, with their own service, have the opportunity to win this game of neighbors, Switzerland against Austria. Remo Spar, very powerful serve. And now Kindle, wow. Switzerland defends it very good and wins the whole game. And the Austrians will be disappointed after they have dominated the first set. The Swiss fought for their lives to get back into the game. And at the end of the day, they won it. And you can only congratulate them for the whole efforts. And even though they have a word to speak with the referee, they are now the winners of this game, and the Austrians have lost both of their first round matches. Next game will be between Turkey and Austria on the main court. Austrian women against the Turkish women after just a short break.
Die CEV Snowvolleyball European Tour 2021, präsentiert von Semperit-Reifen.
So the next game is shortly about to be underway, and it's Turkey against Austria too. And we had already touched upon this fixture before when we saw the first round game between Austria won, pardon, it's of course Austria won. Austria won a bit and Hungary too. The Austrians won with 15 to 10 and 15 to 11, and they earned their place in the second round to be able to play against Turkey now. Turkey had a free ride through the first round, only 15 teams qualified, but 16 teams, of course, necessary to play a whole tournament tree. So they had a pass through the first round and play the first fixture now. And that's because they're seeded as the #1 team. And that's, of course, rightfully so, because last week they have won the whole competition here. The whole tournament went to Turkey, raged through all the teams. No one really had a big chance against them. Esteemed players, good players, and play very, very much as a team. And at the end of the day, everyone had to admit that Turkey is maybe the best side in the whole of the competition. And if they are again on this weekend, we will have to observe now. Austria setting up the game. Marlene Preiml gets them under the way, and Turkey gets the first point in counter. Turkey, a team only featured by 3 teammates. Simce Yalcin, Merve Celebi, Bahanur Gökalp. They are first and foremost a very physical force. Everyone round about 1 meter 80 centimeters tall. Sophia Feichtner for the Austrians now with the serve. And Merve Gökalp with a very decisive punch here. Merve Celebi, #2. So very tall, very powerful. Strong hands in the Austrians, however, get a point back. You have to keep level terms. Once they pull away, once you give them the opportunity to seize an opportunity of winning 4 or 5 points in consecutive order, the Turkish team is very hard to be beaten, very hard to be somehow being worked out, and then maybe from a losing position to win against them is very hard to be achieved. So you have to be on your game from the first minutes on, and the Austrians seem to be just like that. 4 points out of the first 6 gives them a 4-2 lead in the opening stages. Very well done. Simce Yalcin with the opportunity to equalize here against Austria 1, the team that has, of course, beaten Hungary 2 in the first round and hasn't had a hard job doing so. One has to admit, Austria was a large amount of quality stronger, or at least at this point, the better team against them. Now, Turkey equalized to 5-5, but they see already it's not as easy against the Austrians as it is with a lot of other teams. Bahanur Gökalp with the service. Gets punched straight back and then rescued and quickly played. Very well done by the Turkish to withstand this pressure. And Bahanur Gökalp, she has won with her teammates the World Tour and the European Tour. And then also individually as in indoor volleyball, the CEV Champions League. So she's one of the most decorated players this sport possesses. But yet Austria tries to withstand it. Michaela Holaus and now Sophia Fechter on the serve. 6-6 the scoreline. It remains to be interesting. But the Turkish players, they are really cut from a different cloth, one could say. Seem extremely ensured about the way they play. Almost no second guessing. Nothing seems kind of made up on final points, final decisions. Everything seems set up, everything seems to be trained and perfectionated onto the last centimeter. 8-6 they are now ahead, but even these teams that are trained to perfection, they give cheap points away. It happens. It happens under pressure. It happens because the net is, of course, really, really tall. Standing at over 2 meters and 10, so it is quite a height to be played over. And how you do it, they showed just now. Merve Celebi and Simcha Yalçin with, again, a bad serve from Turkey. And that's maybe the only opportunity for the Austrians to stay in this competition as long as possible. 8-9 for Turkey. And once again, they win it. Really making short process with the Austrians. They barely have any chance in these exchanges. Have to rely on individual mistakes of Turkey. Bahanur Gökalp. Very tall, 1 meter and 80. Via the net into the Austrian half. And again, but then I was about to say almost pinch it over, but only almost. And the ball stays in. Gives Turkey the 11-8 lead. And it turns out to be a bit easier as it looked at the beginning of the game. Oh, punches it straight back, but I think that was miscued. She didn't really want to do that. Timeout being taken by the Austrians. 8-12, they are trailing at this point, and this might also be the last chance for them to turn their fortunes and maybe come out victorious. They have to deliver now. And they know it as well. Weather looks good now after the morning hours that have been a bit rainy. Everything seems to be in perfect order, and even though the Turkish are now don't have to play against the sun, they overhit this first serve after the timeout, giving Austria the opportunity to maybe go back into the game. At 12-9, they try with a piece of trick play, trying to be clever, too clever though. (13-9). And if we know about one quality of Turkey, they know how to finalize a game, how to bring it to a successful end, even though Austria gets a point back at 13-10. And the serve by Sonja Gschöpf, 25 years old, the Austrian. And now they've earned their opportunity to win the first set via their own serve. 14-10 points. And it is Simche Yalcin who takes the responsibility, serves it easily, because they know they get the point anyway. 15-10, that was a bit of easy work at the end of the day for Turkey, winning the first set, and the Austrians seem not even to be disappointed. They know they were underdogs against the Turkish. However, a little bit more should be possible. And maybe if they start to do individual mistakes again, they can capitalize. Second set will be opened by Turkey, and it's Banu Gökalp, the highly decorated all-rounder, that opens up for Turkey. But Austria is the first team to clinch a point. Austria won, that is. 4 Austrian teams are in today's competition. The other ones have opened up with a game against each other. Austrian 2 against Austria 4 was won by Austria 2, and Austria 3 against Lithuania was won by Lithuania. Turkey gets the game, the score level once again, 1-1. Merve Çelebi serves high, and then with the second contact, they try to throw it over more or less. Not as easily achieved though. Once again, Merve Çelebi. 1 meter 80 Balkan champions at indoor volleyball. There she is once again. Banu Gökalp, it gives the Turkish once again a 3-2 lead as they exchange sides here. And whoever wondered if they have carried over their form from last week, their devastation that can put teams out of performance, that manages to change the whole dynamic of games. It is still there, 4-2 to Turkey, and they look favorites to me. Bigger challenges ahead, but Austria 1 is not a bad team. Of course, once again being mentioned, they won their first round fixture against Hungary 2 in good fashion. But still, Turkey is one level above them. You can see that all along. And all the 50-50 points, they can't go either way. They're all going to Turkey because they have that 1 or 2% more than the opponent. And if you are the coach or a fan of the Austrians, it must be a little bit devastating to watch, but there's just no way around the brilliance of Turkey. They're just really good. Setting off at 5-2. Austria with a point. No. Gets denied by Turkey, and then the strong hands once again. Merve Çelebi. But either way, the whole team, it is a team effort. It always is. Sometimes, you know, out of 3 players, there can be 1 or 2 that are the kingpins, that are delivering the goods. But for the Turkish team, you can't really put anything between all these players because they all deliver for the team, play as a unit, and everyone mutually as strong as the next one. Has to wait now, Merve Çelebi at the start. 7-2 the scoreline. And this point goes to Austria. Side exchanges for the second time in this second set. But nevertheless, even though Austria gets its 3rd point, it is maybe all a little bit too much. A little bit much to ask, maybe also. The Turkish team might be a number too big on them. Even though they stay in this rally for a really long time, but now the fact of the matter is they have the better end to it. Merve Çelebi once again and Banu Gökalp, 29 years old, the oldest out of this team. 8-3 the scoreline. 9-3 now, as it seems. No, 8-4. Well, it is sometimes difficult to call as the picture is cut off right at the end of each zone. So you can't see the back line a lot of times. You can see it now though, and that one was well in. Really good piece of play from Turkey. Just dominating. So once again, here with Turkey, as they come closer to the net and then put it in with a delightful smash. Yes, they are just really good. And they're not taking the foot off the gas, even though they know the scoreline full well, 10 to 4 points. They could keep it easy. They don't have to put every effort into it, but they still do to showcase ahead of the future competition, ahead of other teams that they will face inside this competition. We are here to be reckoned with. Don't underestimate us, maybe fear us as well. You don't want to play against us because we are thrashing every opposition that comes up against us. Long rallies now, more often than not. Oh, and this one goes to Austria. As Turkey for the first time seems to be a little bit uncoordinated, running towards each other. Can Austria get a foot back into the door? No, they can't. They just can't at 11-6. It might be a little bit too much to ask from them. As Simcha Yalcin delivers once again. Clears it off the floor. Marlene Bremmel. And then this one goes to Austria because it's overhit. It's out. Marlene Bremmel gets the opportunity to serve now. Serve a good ball. Maybe in between the lines. Let's see if she tries it. Yes, exactly, to the center. And even though I'm sure Bahanur Gökalp didn't want to play directly back, and it was more of a case that she couldn't control it, it wins them a point, sends them again 5 points ahead, 12-7. And she serves also once again. And that one again goes to Turkey, 13-7. Referee calls it. And the Austrians don't even hesitate when it comes to thinking about a timeout. They just leave it. They don't even want one. They know exactly this game is already lost, more or less. And now even more so. 14-7. They can now get a really good scoreline for themselves. They will win it. In which manner, however? Again, saved through a dive. Who will get the decisive point here? Is it Austria? It is Austria. As Merve Celebi can't work the ball to her teammate, the 27-year-old. So Austria gets once more an opportunity to maybe correct the scoreline. And they're getting another time, 14-9. The scoreline is again being getting some beauty treatment for them. Doesn't look as devastating if they have a double-figure scoreline, but it doesn't go as far. Turkey wins this one 15-9. A clear win for the Turkish side that gets them already into a quarter final. This tournament 3 to be played as of course the first 2 rounds, and then the losers will play a loser round, the winners will play a winners round. So Turkey is very much qualified for the winners round. And the next game we will see on the center court is Lithuania 2 against Lithuania 3, of course, against Austria 2.
Die CEV Snowvolleyball European Tour 2021, präsentiert von Semperit-Reifen.
Lithuania 3 against Austria 2. This fixture is also a fixture between 2 winners out of round 1. Austria 2, of course, won against Austria 3 on the center court. We have televised that one. The scoreline was 15-12 and 15-10. Just took them 23 minutes to win against them. On the other hand, we have Lithuania 3. Lithuania 3 won against Italy with a very good scoreline, 15-5 and 15-13. They knocked out Italy in the first round. So this could and will be interesting, I'm sure about that. 13:10 is the declared starting time. We are already a bit back paddling on this time schedule. Everything is to be played a little bit later. However, having said that, a very good fixture between the Austrians that we have already had on our broadcast and haven't had them on the broadcast also in the last week. We know about their qualities. We know what they can do. Eva Freiberger, Laura Poschenreitner, Victoria Fink, the trio. And on the other hand, we have the Lithuanian team number 3. They are a team consisting of Kowalskaya, Grucin-Kaite, and Naudu Zaite. Very good team. They are still warming up, and we are waiting for the referee to come. Taking a short break again, getting myself informed about the tournament roster, and then I'm straight back. So this has already started, and it started off good for the Lithuanian team number 3 with the first point awarded to them. Lithuanian team, of course, I said the names. This was Kowalskaya number 1 with a very good start to life with her first serve of the game. Gets the second point on the score sheet. Oh, very good smash from Eva Freiberger to get Austria the first point on the score sheet. Now for the first time with sunglasses, Laura Poschenreitner, not used to this image. Victoria Fink, of course, completes the three-woman lineup for Austria, but the Lithuanians, we haven't had them on the broadcast so far. They seem to be a force to be reckoned with. Good piece of play, young team, the Lithuanians. That's Naudu Zaite at the serve, but incorrectly so. So she hands the ball over to Grucin-Kaite. And this one is overhit and gives Lithuania again the lead with 3 points to 2. As sides are being exchanged, 4 points even for Lithuania now. And now it is the job for Naudutsaite as they celebrate their 5th point inside this game. Once again, just to remind you of what they have already done in this tournament. Won against Italy decisively with 15-5 and 15-13. So they seem to be experts for the first set. Seem to be quick starters. The Lithuanian women's team, number 3, Lithuania 3. When it comes to first sets, so it is important for the Austrians to not give in too quick, to really be resistant, because maybe later on in the game opportunities will arise, chances will be given to the Austrian team, and in the timeout it might be a good opportunity for them to find their feet again. 7-2. Came out of the start blocks really quickly. The Austrians not so much so. And Eva Freiberger, Laura Poschenreitner and Viktoria Fink, they will now try to make an impact at the second time of asking. Even if it didn't happen from the start, there's still enough room and enough time to alter the scoring line in their favor. And now with a good piece of play, they've done exactly that. 7-3, side exchange, and a good feeling amongst the Austrian team. A bit of wind is now entering the field. Not sure if it does anything with the dynamic of the game. It could, however. And Laura Poschenreitner with a good effort. And at the end, they win it, because the Lithuanians can't save it off the floor. Wow, good serve. Really good serve from Eva Freiberger. Seven to 5. The scoreline has become a little bit tighter. Eva Freiberger again on the serve. If she can once again put a really good effort in, but she can't this time. As sun and clouds are exchanging on this court, the center court, Yekaterina Kovalskaya serves the ball. Russian name, but playing for Lithuania. Significant minority inside of Lithuania, of course, the Russians. And Laura Poschenreitner, even though she tries her hardest, can't save that one off the marketing board. 9-5 in favor of the Lithuanians. Yes, they are good starters, but they seem to slow down in the later stages, and that's the hope the Austrians have. Maybe also the later stages of the first set. 9-6. So still very much in an ongoing affair. Nothing is decided yet. And the first point, on the other hand, after the sides have been exchanged, goes to Lithuania. 10-6. Very high serve, and that is difficult to take for Victoria Fink. And once again here on the serve, Grucinskaite. He's in search of a ball, finally gets one. And now, perfectly placed from her, Grucinskaite, who served the ball and then finally got the point for her team as well, with that little dink across the net. And it's all Lithuania now, 12-6. They're now really, really running away with it. 12-7, the Austrians get one back. But it might be all too little, too late. Laura Porschenreitner. Wow, tried it directly, and that would have been a cheeky point to win. But in the end, the net denied Victoria Fink. 13-7. There will only be one winner at this first set at least, but the Austrians can gain a bit of confidence if they play 2 or 3 good plays at the end of this set. They might be able to carry over a certain amount of confidence to win the second set and then bring it back to level terms a little bit later. 13-8 might, however, be too much to take it away from Lithuania once more. Points awarded to Lithuania, which is now the opportunity to close the first set with a serve. And point goes to Lithuania. That's how quickly they can close the show. Very, very decisive first set from Lithuania. Strong starters once again. They've shown us their qualities. And the second one is about to start. So there we are. Second set underway, and the serve will be put in by Kowalskaya. #1 player. Not only on the team sheet and number-wise, but it seems also when it comes to the decisive moments in the game, Kowalskaya is the one who delivers thin on the silver platter to her teammates. There we go. 1-1 the scoreline. But the Austrians, they seem to have a little bit of a better start in the second set. And it will be important to not already get 3-4 points behind and then have to regain the points in a trailing position. And they do exactly that, do everything right at this point in time. 3-1, of course, the scoreline, and they can now get a 4th point, and they do. Wow. Turned their fortunes completely. First set can't, of course, not be changed, so there's no points. In looking back in anger on this first set, you have to restart it, have to turn your fortunes. And Lithuania, even though they get a point back, see themselves now by 2 points trailing in this young second set. 3 points trailing. 5-2 the scoreline. Austria in favor. Good piece of play once again. 5-3. And once again, Kowalskaya couldn't keep it off the floor though. 6-3 points. Victoria Fink steps back onto the ground line and then puts one in. But this point goes to Lithuania. Lithuania only 2 points behind now. 6-4. And the start of Austria has been chalk and cheese so far. First set, completely been asleep in the starting moments. Second set, being right on top of it. However, Lithuania is picking up pace now, narrowing the margin, the trailing margin to only 1 point. And again, Naudutsaite. And at the end, it's Kowalskaya with the winning point. Naudutsaite once again at 6-6. Good serve from her. It was difficult for Eva Freiberger to keep that one in. Laura Poschenreitner now at this time with Eva Freiberger in combination get their lead back. 7-6 points. Laura Poschenreitner, good serve. Eva Freiberger for the rescue. And Freiberger once again. And this one goes in. Having thought back to a trailing position. And now again 2 points behind because the Austrians are playing way better than within the first set. Good rescue from Lithuania, however. Try to set up brilliantly, and they see it. And they do it, they put it exactly where it needs to be going. Eva Freiberger, 9-6. Sides are being changed. And timeouts are being taken. Majorly important right now that they give out a statement now. Lithuania have to make a statement with the first 2 or 3 points now after the timeout is over. They have to now get some points onto the score sheet. Otherwise, it will be extremely difficult. Have to channel their belief from the first set. All easily said, but not done. If you are ahead, confidence is high. If you are behind, confidence is a little bit letting you down, and you can see that here. An easy ball normally to receive and then pass on to play, but not this time. 10-6. Pressure is building on the Lithuanians. Brilliant answer though. Really well worked. Grudzinskaite with the serve. Biller play, very well played, and again it's Kowalskaya from the best of positions on the pitch. Pushes that one in to make it 10-8 points, but overhits that one and gives a cheap point away to Austria. 11-8 points now for the locals. Eva Freiberger will search for another point and gets one very easily. 12-8. What a game so far from the Austrians in the second set. Looks even though as it done them certain favors, losing the first one and really have to dig in the second one. It all changed for them. Once again, Kowalskaya at the service. Number 1 for Lithuania. Also, I would say the most valuable player on their team. Good serve once again. Lithuania gets another point, 12-10, and the Austrians have to look now upon themselves, having had a 4-point lead, which they're now about to spoil. Wow! Another one that is kept in. 12-11, and Lithuania, in the most unlikely of cases, can they turn it around late? Once again, a timeout at the most valuable point. Lithuania needs to extend on their race for the 15 points. Who will get there quicker? Will it be Austria? Will it be Lithuania? Again, Kowalskaya with the serve. Freiberger with the answer. That's how you play them balls. 13-11. They have sent their statement across, and only 2 points they are now missing to win the second set. Quick exchanges now. A lot of nerves inside the game, you can feel that. And the Austrians have the better end to this one. And this one was majorly important. With Victoria Fink winning that point, it makes it 14-11. And that means at least 2 opportunities now for Austria to close the show. Poschenreitner, but gets anticipated by the Lithuanians. 14-12. First chance not used, second one yet to come. Poschenreitner now with the very good ball from Eva Freiberger. A third set is being reached. The Austrians got their revenge for the first one. We've said about Lithuania that they are quick starters, but quick also to deteriorate in the further sets. And that will surely bring Austria into the leading role when it comes to the third set now that they have settled in, now that they know what they are facing. They look favorites to me at least. But let's see in which favor the tide turns. Kowalskaya again. She's the first server for Lithuania 3 in this fixture. Deciding set has to be played out between these two teams. First set went to Lithuania, second set to Austria. Who will win the third one? The one that decides who wins the game. The one that decides also who goes through to a potential round of 3. So the winners will go to a winners round and the losers have to play their games in a losers round. Well, 2-0 the scoreline. And Austria seem to pick up where they left off in the second set. 3 points ahead already, and that's what we said. They are favorites because Lithuania starts quickly but deteriorates quickly, and then Austria's way to victory might be all open now. Good pieces of play here. But the first point for Lithuania is reached. Finally, 3-1. And Austria wants the fourth and get the fourth point. 4-1. As they exchange sides. Very, very good start for Austria now. confidence might be peaking. Laura Poschenreitner, it should be feeling for the 21-year-olds as if they couldn't lose here, as they clearly are the better team. And only little needle picks from Lithuania, getting a point here and there. Poschenreitner. But again, no opportunity for the rescue. 3 points for Lithuania, and all the dominance doesn't really achieve anything if you can't translate it onto the scoreline. Need to make more happen here. Good piece of play. But then not decisive enough in front of the net. And Lithuania equals the scoring. 4-4. Strong hands now. Laura Poschenreitner. She had her issues before, and now she makes up for it. 4 points with Lithuania, 5 with Austria. Lithuania gets lucky with the net, causing Austria problems with the defense here. 5-5. And maybe it needs to be Kowalskaya once again, making an effort here, but Austria once again sets away. A good effort, the tall Victoria Fink. Strong again. Only her second tournament of snow volleyball after she featured in her first one just last week. Laura Poschenreitner really tries to be clever here, standing on the net. Gets, however, bypassed by Lithuania, and this set is really settling in nicely. 6-6. It can only get more interesting from now. And this point goes to Austria. 7-6. Laura Poschenreitner claims the service for the next one. And with Victoria Fink, try to work it across. Lithuania is holding on strong. Kowalskaya, and then a really good smash ball from Gruchinskaite. Putting it 7-7. No one even thinking about a timeout right now. Just keep it going. And Austria in the lead once again after this bad serve. Now, once again, very well worked. And the Austrians block it for a 9th point, 2-point lead now. As we come to the decisive stage of this set and the whole game, of course, as this is the 3rd set already. Austria might charge away now, but only might. did not really do, because Lithuania, again through Kovalskaya, knows exactly that they can't afford to let Austria build up a 3-point lead. Need to get this level now. Need to. Can they? Kovalskaya, Fink. And now a good point again for Austria. 2-point lead reinstalled. Victoria Fink. But this one is an easy point for Lithuania, 10-9. Serving opportunity now for Norčuskaitė. Wow! And again, gives it a good look here for Freiberger, and then this diagonal ball that we have seen already on some of the occasions in the first game and this game as well from her. Likes to place it exactly there. Makes it extremely hard to reach it for the opposition. Into the net. So it gives them for the first time a 3-point lead in this set. It's such a penultimate moment. 12-9. So the decision is, of course, right to now take a timeout. And once they are back, Laura Poschenreitner will take the opportunity to extend it maybe to 4 points. And that would be maybe a pre-termination, but it doesn't come as far. Doesn't get so far. No, Lithuania clinches a point back. A well-deserved one. 12-10 now. And the interest is building now in the final stages of this set. Who can have the stronger end? Austria has to fight for it. But all the fight is sadly not displayed in the scoreline. 12-11, Lithuania again with a point. Now a possibility to send it level, I was about to say, but no way. No way, not with a serve like that. 13-11 points. Eva Freiberger. Sets it up good, Kovalskaya. And that was a valuable point for Austria. It needed to be 14-11, 2 points at least now in which they can win this game. And it is Freiberger again. Her serves really constant, stable server. And this one is in as well. Serves an ace. And yet the most important point. 15-11. The third set is won. The game is won for Austria. And that is, of course, a very, very delightful way to put yourself up into the next round. That was game number 10 in the whole tournament roster. Lithuania 3 against Austria 2, and Austria 2 will go on to bigger and better things. So to say, and they will come up in round 3 against Turkey. So one Austrian team has already lost to them. The other one is yet to be challenged by them. Turkey against Austria 2 in round 3 of the tournament. Today at 15:10, but that one will not be televised because it will be played on court number 2. Next game on the center court will be a game of the men's, I suppose. Not yet though. Men's are getting back onto the center court after that, but the next one is still a women's game. Yes, Slovenia against Austria 3. So 2 losers out from the first round are facing up against each other. That's Slovenia, which has lost against Czech Republic in 2 sets, 10-15 and 13-15. And also Austria 3. That game was televised. You've seen that. Lithuania with a clear victory against them. Austria 3 has lost 8-15 and 3-15. They will look now to make a better impression at their second game of today. We will be back after a short break.
Die CEV Snow Volleyball European Tour 2021 präsentiert von Semperit-Reifen.
straight back to the start of the second fixture here on the center court in this second round of the losers. And the first point here goes to the team playing in red, and that's Slovenia, of course. Slovenia facing Austria 3. Austria searching for redemption after their devastating first round defeat. I've spoken about it briefly before. 8-15 and 3-15. They have lost against Lithuania 1. And Slovenia now in their right, also already 2-1 ahead on the scoreline. Slovenia, a team of 3. Of course, you see that it is only 3, but no fourth player on the sideline, so no substitution possible. Katarina, Fabian, Nika Hrovat, and Nika Benedek-Bevic. Nika Hrovat, you can see her here, 23 years of age, 1 meter 70 centimeters tall. Play all at the same indoor club at Luduš in Slovenia. The Austrians, on the other hand, here playing in the blue jerseys. Looking to make it better than in the first game, but only nearly this time. 3-3 now, the scoreline. Nika Benedikt-Bevic. And this point is theirs, so they are ahead. Slovenians playing in red had also a tough start to life here in this competition. Losing against Czech Republic also in 2 sets. So both of the teams are not only playing for their first win, but for their first set victory. And who can gain that one already in the first set here? That will be the question. That remains to be answered. 6-4, the score in favor of the Austrians. Hintzsche, Rödel and Verbik for Austria that feature. And so it goes. Scoreline now already 8-5 for the Austrians, and with Katarina Fabian on the serve, the Austrians can already extend their scoreline to maybe a 4-point lead. Not this way though. Scorelines differ very, very much. 9-6 now, favoring Slovenia. Slovenia 6 to 9 points up. So Austria has to work strong now to come back onto level terms somehow. Slovenia helps them though in this scenario. Narrows everything down. The player with the number 3 for Austria, Verbik, now serves the ball across line and now awaits the comeback of Slovenia. And in the most dramatic way, they can't keep it off the floor, which gives Slovenia once again a 3-point lead and the opportunity for Hrovat to extend it even further. Wow, good serve from her. And the Austrians struggle to keep that one in. It seems to be a fairly easy ride for Slovenia, at least thus far. (11-7), and I'm not talking about an American supermarket here. 11-8 now to the Slovenians still, but Austria, they are not easily being beaten. At least they refuse to. Rödl for Austria to make an impression once again, but this point is awarded to Slovenia. Question marks behind the decision for me, but it seemed to be in. We have to trust the referee on these decisions. (12-8), and now, of course, before that ball is served, places should be changed. Left to right, right to left. That's how it is supposed to go. Every 5 points that are being played. So Nina Hrovat takes it from there, but against the sun, difficult task to withstand. And she smashes it directly into the net. And the Austrians, once again, setting foot onto the double figure zone. So once in a while, they can maybe challenge again for this against the Slovenians that might have thought that this is already done for them, but it no way is. 13-10, 12-11, of course. 12-11 to Slovenia, and now 12-12 level terms. They have been 4 points ahead and they seemed to be cruising towards a victory. In Austria, they are all smiles now. You can see that timeout is being taken. And they really have to look to carry on their form straight after it. Made a really good impression. Now, Slovenia once more. Can they get their lead back? Yes, they can. 13-12 points at the business end of this first set. with their own serve. And now with the Sun, as they exchange sides, with the Sun against the Austrians that have to face the serve against the Sun. Now that will be a challenge, that's for sure. And it is the challenge that we were awaiting and they weren't reckoned with. Clearly, Slovenia 2 points ahead. Timeout taken once again. And a set ball when they come back to the game. They know exactly now. They are in the advantage thus much as Austria has to face the balls head-on against the Sun. Very good piece of play now. And Slovenia decides it for itself. At the first opportunity, 15-12, the first set goes to Slovenia. And the Austrians clearly now in the need to step up their game at least a level or two in the second set. Haven't spoken about the men's competition today. 2 more games to follow on that one. 14:30, which will not take place at the exact time this game was set. Austria 2 against Ukraine 1. And then 15-10, Germany 1. I'm really excited to see them once again against Switzerland. But now we stay with the game on our hands on the center court right now. And Austria gets 1 point ahead at the opening of the second set. Played very highly and then at the end get lucky as they skew it wide with their effort to get 1 level. They don't get 1 level, they just get a further 1 behind, 2-0 points. Good piece of play now from the Austrians. Look towards the back corner and don't find it at the end. Hrovat once again at the serve, the best server on the team. However, straight into the net, as I was about to say that. And that's the opportunity now for the Austrians to get 3 points ahead, 4-1. I guess they weren't dreaming about the scoreline. Just like that, after just 5 points being played. After they had lost the first set, but only close. It wasn't quite a big margin. It wasn't overwhelmingly. And Slovenia playing in red is now searching for the next point. Benedikt Bevic. "22 years of age, at a height of 1 meter and 73 centimeters. She stands really tall here in this competition and comes with the second serve. This one goes to Austria, however, a bit wide, not as good as the first one, which gives them now the 5-3 advantage. Good piece of play here. Can we see a next point for Slovenia? Yes, we can. 4-5. Nika Benedikt Bevic. And now it's level 5-5. Slovenia is now well in this game after having a bad start. Only winning 1 of the first 5 points. They won 4 of the next 5. Katarina Fabian, 23 years of age. Now sees this Austrian ball going a bit wide and give them the lead for the first time in this game. Stands at the meter and 77. And now at 5-7, they take a timeout, the Austrians, which might be to their benefit. The dynamic of the game has been against them, at least in the last couple of moments. And now they set off once again. After this timeout, the Austrians try to better themselves. Will it work, however? Nika Benedikt Bevic. They catch her on the wrong foot and get this point back they were so desperately searching for. Verbik now on the serve, number 3 she's wearing for the Austrians in the blue jersey. Very safe plate. First hand, now rescues the second. This one has to go over. This one needn't to go over, but it did. And now this stays exactly in just inches in front of the outline. And Austria is back level at 7-7. Once again, it couldn't be tighter inside this second set. And Slovenia, once again, the one or another mistake cost them so far. 8-7, Austria is ahead. Austria 3, the team that has been so devastatingly beaten in the first round. Make it better this time around. Search for the point, the Slovenians. And this one goes to Slovenia, 8-8. After they failed to pull properly the last time, now they've done it just fine. Nina Hrovat, 23 years old as well. Just like Katarina Fabian, who is also on her team wearing the number 1 shirt. Nine 8, again advantage Slovenia. Can they find an opening here? Austria smashes it right through the middle. Slovenia don't do better though. Point goes to Austria, 9-9 the scoreline. Even if I wanted to, I really can't pick a winner here. Good exchange again. And if the Austrians hadn't dived towards it, I'm curious if it would have stayed in or if it would have gone wide anyway and the point would have gone to Austria. So, and in that scenario, it is a Slovenian point anyway, 10-9. And maybe a 2-point lead now. Very good anticipation on the side of Slovenia. Seen exactly where this ball is about to go. Full force, but directly into the net. Not sure if this was clever in these circumstances. To go behind 9-11 might be painful now. The young Slovenian team. 22, 23, 23. No experience on the snow volleyball stage. However, even though they haven't got any experience, they look now with 12-9 points, almost the certain winners. Twelve to 9 points, and of course a timeout is called. If you risk to play even further at this point in time, you risk being beaten easily. But the Austrians didn't take a lot of time. 10 seconds and they were straight back. Obviously know what it needs to take at this moment to get the feet back, the hands back, everything back into the conversation. And the Slovenians invite them. That's an invitation. 12-10. But we had that scoreline in the first set as well. And it wasn't enough for Austria. And it looks like it isn't going to be enough this time around again. 13-10. Katarina Fabian, the tallest in the team. Can she win them a point? They can't. 13-11 now. Austria serves in the dying stages of this second set. If Slovenia wins, they go through. to the next round. Facing then the winner of Lithuania 3 against Austria, no, the loser of Lithuania 3 against Austria, which was, of course, Lithuania 3. So Lithuania 3 against the winner of this match is going to be the next fixture for the winners here. Who will it be, however? That is decided maybe within the next piece of play. 14-12, the Slovenians lead here. And they can win it with the next point. And this one goes out. Point to Slovenia's win to Slovenia. Used the chances, the one they got very, very cool-bloodedly. Never in doubt, Slovenia was about to win this, and they knew it all along. They will now face off against Lithuania 3. While Austria 3 is officially crashed out of the tournament. Sadly enough, but it's bye-bye for Austria. Back on to the center court, however, is the composition side of the men, and we have already spoken about it. Austria 2 against the Ukraine, which is a nice fixture to watch. Because Ukraine, they won the first of the two games they've had against France, and the second one they lost against Russia. While on the other hand, Austria 2, they won the second one of their games against Germany 3, lost however the first one against Poland, and so they face off in the round of 12. Austria 2 against Ukraine 1.
Die CEV Snowvolleyball European Tour 2021 präsentiert von Semperit Reifen.
Ja, ich kenne den Namen. So, that was me talking German to a fellow colleague here on the broadcast. Yes, we are about to witness the next game here on the center court, and these ones are, yeah, the teams that didn't make it directly into the quarterfinals, but rather have to go through the round of 12, which means the third place teams out of their individual pools. So that's Austria 2 against Ukraine 1. Austria 2. I will have a little scramble through my little team sheets here, and then I will, however, find shortly all the details about the teams. With Ukraine 1, we had them already on the broadcast today. They were playing against Russia, and that in a brilliant fashion. With Yuri Bokshan, Maxim Kuzmin, Mikhailo Skukis and Taras Svereduk. Austria 2 with Mada Seiser and Temper. They are a very, very lively team. And one more than the other Austrian team that features. The other Austrian team that last week won the second place, the silver medal at last week's tournament. Today, they crashed out of the tournament after just 1 day, having lost both of their matches, won in a really, really dramatic fashion against Switzerland in the dying stages of the third set. They couldn't keep their game up, and after they won their first one, so good. They lost at the end against Switzerland. However, one Austrian team is still remaining in the competition. Florian Mader, Michael Seiser, Oliver Temper. Temper and Seiser from Vienna, so the capital city of Austria, and Florian Mader from Burgenland, which is at the very, very east. Not much snow there usually. But that's just the way it is. They come from all necks of the wood, from every corner of the world to compete here at Flachau Wagrain. A perfectly done up event once again, just like last week. Chaka 2. The people who present this whole thing, they've done a brilliant job to make this work, even though it is quite warm here. You can see perfect conditions as we start into the round of 12. This fixture between Austria 2 playing in blue against Ukraine in red. So the Austrians getting this game underway, which surely will be a very enjoyable one. You can see it already. Maxim Kuzmin, I'm sure you are, if you are watching for a long time, maybe since the early morning hours, then you have seen Ukraine facing Russia. Maxim Kuzmin was one of the main actors in that game. Even though they lost, he really showed his quality. And they are now desperate to win. I'm sure if they had thought about it before, they weren't prepared to go through the round of 12. Because last time out, they had won the 3rd place, always within a shout of the favorites. When you ask people around here. And the Austrians 2-1 behind now against Ukraine. Will have to work hard to deny them, because you can see here already they're playing with full force. Very, very difficult opponent to play against. And there we have him, the big man, Maxim Kuzmin. 1.95 meters. And timeout is already been called, as I have seen, as Ukraine is leading by 4 points to 1. Florian Mader and Ukraine, they have more or less a head start here. That's how quickly they go into this fixture. Yuri Bokshan, 4-2 the score. Has it touched the floor? That's the question here. Referee says no. For me, there has been no contact with that ball, but the Austrians win it anyway. They win it anyway. Extremely strong hands here from number 2, Michael Seiser. Not related to the Seiser on the other Austrian team. And the scoreline is now 4-3. Ukrainians ahead. And again, a mistake from the Ukrainians gets the Austrians level, even though they have done very little in order to win themselves points, more profiting from the Ukrainians' leftovers at the moment. Maybe now. Saiza. Very well worked from the Ukrainians. And the dive doesn't save them. Yuri Bokshan, when you listen to the background noises, they are really loud, much more loud than they have been in recent fixtures. Don't know why, or if it is a gag, but they are working very much now as a team, bonding together, firing each other up. 5-5 now, as side exchanges are happening. Oliver Temper, number 1 for Austria, leads the way. Oh, and what a force he is, Maxim Kuzmin, the beast from the east, I should call him. Number 3 now with the serve. And has it his way as Austria is unprepared to work it across the net. Kuzmin picks it up once again for another serve. At Ukraine 7, Austria 5. But this time also strong hands from the Austrian Florian Marder, who's just 26 years old. The one player who describes himself as a smasher. Well, he has proved that in this situation. Very much a smasher, I'd assume. And Ukrainians, even though they work hard to keep it off the ground, don't manage to do so. 7-7. And Florian Marder once again sets the game up, and then this one goes wide. The Austrians are in the lead for the first time. 8-7 to the local side. Austria 2 that faces Ukraine 1. Florian Marder once more through the middle, easily taken by Ukraine. Marder, they both save it. Marder and Sizer, absolutely brilliant stuff. And the Ukrainians, they're unsure. Should we smash it? No, better not. And this insecurity in their game, it has cost them this time. The Austrians 5 times on the trot now, win another point. And Florian Marder, he becomes a regular here with his serve. 7-9 for Austria. But this time a good point for Ukraine. And that's exactly what they needed. Their main man, Yuri Bokshan, strong left hand, the tiniest in their team, only 1.80 m tall. Marder rescues it, goes over the top. Oliver Temper to his skull almost, smashed onto his body. Can do little about it. 9-9 the scoreline. Ukrainians all level once again. Yuri Bokshan stands there and serves it. And it's once again a very, very good hand there from Mikhailo Skukis. 26 years old. And as his teammates, 3rd placed last week, trying to make something more happen today. Point awarded to Austria. A really, really close call in that one. 10-10. The first set, a really open one. At the first glance, I would have thought that the Ukrainians have an easier ride here. But as Michael Seiser and all the others on the Austrian team picked up their pace, they seem very much level. Not only when it comes to the scoreline, which the Ukrainians are now leading by 11-10. Very, very close. Wouldn't be surprised if this goes past 15. (11-11). Das macht Freude, he says. That causes us joy. And I can only say it causes us joy as well here on the commentary, as well as for you at home, I'm sure. Delightful to watch this action here on the main court in Wagrain, the Austrian home of snow volleyball. It's the place where it was founded, where the first idea of playing volleyball on snow was ever determinated onto a pitch. And a few years on from that, 11 to be precise, we are here and watching this tournament with Austria to having an extremely close encounter with Ukraine 1, Florian Marder. He was such a good server in the first half of this first set. Can he once again change the fortunes towards Austria? He can't though, because this time at his first serve, Ukraine wins it, makes it 13-12, and the next point will be decisive. If Ukraine gets it, they are very much in a driving seat to win the whole thing. If Austria gets it, this can go a long way. Point awarded to Ukraine, and these are two set balls. Two balls to win the set for the team from Ukraine. Timeout being taken. They need to stay calm. That's what the fourth player on the team says to his three teammates. That's Verediuk Tarash, number 4 player on the Ukrainian team. Most experienced one, 29 years of age. But he stays sidelined. And Bokshan Yuri gets them underway once again. The Austrians can't keep up with the Ukrainians. Pressure was too big. Couldn't deliver under these circumstances. And so can the Ukrainians go one up. 1 point, 1 set to Ukraine. 0 to Austria. Second set underway shortly. Austria will now have to face the challenge of getting 2 sets back if they want to win this game. Not a lot of experience though on their side. Oliver Temper and Florian Mader both in their second season of snow volleyball. Michael Seiser in his first one. The Ukrainians by far more experienced. Not in terms of seasons, but in terms of achievements. And we can see it here. Play their best player in his best position. Maxim Kuzmin. Beast from the east. Extremely powerful when he gets to smash the balls across and diagonally into the opponent's half. That's what he likes to do. But he can also block. Shock the Austrians here, but shock the Ukrainians as well. Wow. Ukrainian build-up play once again good. Yuri Bokshan with a strong left peg into the center. Wins the point, makes it 3-1. What will the rewards be for the teams on the center court winning? Ukraine this time denied. Austria gets the second point of this set. The winners will go to the quarterfinals. The losers will go home. Now, that means that Austria, if they make it through, or Ukraine won if they make it through, will meet Czech Republic 2 in a Austria now with good piece of play that earns them another point. 3-3 the scoreline now. Florian Mader at the serve. Sun is, of course, standing deeper and deeper by the minute. Makes it harder for this side the Austrians are playing on at the moment. Da and davai. We love to hear them celebrate. And even if you're not from the Ukraine, I think the passion with which this team plays is extraordinarily nice, and you want to join in almost. Austria gets a point back, however. And even for me, as an Austrian, first of all, I cannot be biased because I'm a commentator here, and I shouldn't be. And second of all, the Ukrainians don't even make it hard for me to like them, but they make it hard for me to say anything biased towards the Austrians. Because once again, the manner in which they play and the way in which they celebrate their point wins is what this sport makes so enjoyable. Imagine spectators being around. Imagine 500-600 people standing and sitting around, partying alongside. That would be fabulous. And hopefully next winter we can have that one as well. And they would join in with the Ukrainians celebrating like that. 6-4 now to them. And good on them. If they can keep it up, they would win this second set and the game within 2 sets. Wow, what a smash. That goes wide though. Ukraine 7, Austria 2. Just 4 points at the moment. Timeout being taken at maybe the right moment in time. Wasn't sure how to take this ball, Florian Mader. It seems to me. One-handed with his shoulder, well, it doesn't really work like that. I mean, after the rules, you can play with every part of your body, but it's not really controllable like that, especially when the ball comes with the force of this roaring Ukrainian team towards you. 9 to 4 points. They're really making an effort here to demonstrate their power onto the other teams, and the Austrians are getting mauled by them. 10 to 4 points. They kept up really nicely within the first set. In the second, though, there is absolutely no chance for them. 10 to 4 points, 11 now. Ukraine is demonstrating once again their ambition to win the whole thing. Not only the game, but the whole tournament. Austria, can they redeem themselves, at least morally? 5 points, don't even celebrate much. They know this set is more or less gone. But is it really? If they get 2 or 3 points back, they could be well within the conversation once again. But firstly, they have to gain them. And it's hard against the Yuri Bokshan playing like that. 12 to 5 points. I'm really looking forward to, once again, maybe a Maxim Kuzmin smash. I really want to see one now. Can we get one? Mader to his teammate Seiser. The block from the Ukrainians goes outside, which means point to Austria, 6-12. Michael Seiser hands it over to his teammate Florian Mader. The number 3 for Austria. Soft serve from him. Skukis rescues it. Skukis again. Squares it over the bar, and then this ball from Yuri Bokshan gives Austria another one. Well, still 5 points behind, but I stand by my words. If they can get 1 or 2 back after this break now, after this timeout, they might be well within a conversation yet again. Wow, what a rescue here. Wow, that was really staggering. Oliver Temper. 12-8, and the Austrians slowly but surely claiming enough points to maybe have a word again in the final decision of this game. Still 4 points to go until a potential equalizer. It's now 5, and every single point that they have to give up towards the Ukrainians are, of course, painful. Because at 13, they only have 2 more to go until they win the set and match. And now only once more. And surely, with 14 to 8 points, they will now be able to use at least one of their potential match balls. Bokshan Yuri. And this one is out, and it was the first one they've used. Brilliantly done from them. Once again shown us why they are regarded as favorites here on the tournament. They, alongside the Russians, maybe Italians, could also be in the conversation. Germans, they will be entering the center court right now as they face off against Switzerland. Very much looking forward to that one. We see each other after a short break.
Die CEV Snowvolleyball European Tour 2021 präsentiert von Semperit Reifen.
Now stepping foot on to the center court here, we have Switzerland in the blue and Germany 1 in the red. Germany, funny enough, and if you are familiar with certain geographical nuances, they are playing with the Bavarian colors on the shorts. Blue and white. That's the region where they are coming from. A bit of a different lineup in terms of players on the German side in relation to their team just last week. Played with Flo Schweikart, Tim Noack, Bene Dorand and Vinci Graven last week. The last three are still on the roster. However, Flo Schweikart is not longer with the team, which means Sebastian Burgis is now featuring on the lineup. Sebastian Burgis, 25 years old, 1.94 m tall, weighs in at 90 kilograms, and his nickname is Carlos. So since you are interested maybe in facts like this, I'm presenting them to you. Vincent Graven, one or two words about him. He is the youngster on the team, only 20 years of age, and was the one single player that surprised me last week. Didn't feature in their first game, but then the second and third one, they really had him as the pivotal part of the whole team. Playing mostly on the right-handed side, utilizing his left hand, with which he smashes the balls into the court so that basically no one could defend them. The Swiss team, of course, we have seen them today already, having thrown out the Austrians out of the tournament. They come with Remo Spar, Raphael Zurgilgen and Marcel Spar. Remo Spar, that's the one with the number 1, starting us off here. Germany get 1 point back, 1-1 the scoreline after just 2 points played. Number 2, we know him. That's Tim Noack. Throws it in, and then Tim Noack, good build-up play. And here you see the first glances of what he can do. Vince Graven, the young German, 20 years of age, number 4 shirt he's wearing today. Remo Spar. The German wolf pack, each time they win a point, you can hear that wolf noises when they're coming together. Lots of hugs, lots of claps. Team spirit is one of their main strengths, and they're leading now by 4 points to 1 after the first 5 being played. Very good way in which they are organizing themselves. Sebastian Burgis, player with the number 1, awaiting the ball on the net. Swiss team claim a point through Raphael Zurgilgen. He receives it. Oh, very well balanced play. Good placed. This ball, the player with the cap and the number 1, Sebastian Burgis. Nickname Carlos, gets his first one for his new teammates. New on the roster this week, and here we have him Very good server, Vincent Graven. Told us he was the best server in an international indoor tournament in Spain. Team Nowak works it brilliantly, and once again, point to Germany, 5-2. 6-2 already, of course. Take this opportunity to take a timeout as early as 7-2 the score. Germany is really pulling away, and we remember the slow start of Switzerland against Austria earlier on this day. They won it at the end, but they had to come back from a set loss in the first one, having to win the second set and the third one to win the whole game. They can't afford to do that against Germany. Team Nowak rescue from Burgis. And then Spar to his brother. And again, Nowak. Good rally here. Remo Spar gets one for the Swiss team. It's once again Vincent Graven on the byline with his delivery. Number 4, strong hands. Very good left hand. Switzerland places it outside of the field, which gives Germany another point. 9-2 already. Remo Spar zur Gilgen somehow for the rescue. And he gives them a point. 9-3 now. Now once again, Spar zur Gilgen. Nowak. Spar. Nowak. Graven. And now! Maybe needs also a little bit of time to warm up, but we all know what he can do. I'm sure you are familiar with the talent of Vince Graven. Extraordinarily strong when he connects with his left hand. 10-3 the scoreline now, and the Germans get a next point. Still hungry. 4 points, 11-3. Sebastian Burgis now, and I'm sure they are, even though they miscue this service now, I'm sure they are already aware that they might be the safe winners of this first set. Have to carry it over the line though, and Remo Spar will try to prevent them from that. Vince Graven, strong hands, has to go over the net with the next contact, comes very highly. And now Burgis. But a strong defensive action from Zurgilgen. Rescues the Swiss team. Another point, Remo Spar. Stands there 11-5. Overhit. He tries to aim. Tried to aim for the back corner of the German field. And it was wide open. But he just couldn't place it in. 12-5 now. Team Nowak with the service for his German team. And once again, they claim a point, 13-5. Just 2 points shy of an early set win. Switzerland can't really stop them. By no means do they look equipped to somehow or anyhow stop this German team. At least not right now. We've seen the dynamic change in the second and third set, if it comes even this far. Germany now with the opportunity to win the set. The Wolfpack, maybe first time of asking, Team Nowak can send them underway, can send them into glory. And yes, through bad hands there from Marcel Spar, are the Germans ahead now, 1-0. And they will ask themselves now, standing in their little corner there, how easy was that? Is that even real? But also remember, the Austrians were lured by the Swiss into a wrong understanding of security after winning the first set in similar fashion. And then what happened? It became a really, really tough challenge, and Switzerland really took all the toll of their money, winning the game late. So I'm sure they will still have the confidence to match it up with the Germans and maybe take a win late. Remo Spar for Switzerland on the service. Second set starts now. Once again, a lot of risk. You can afford to take it now. At 0-0 at the start, but it didn't pay off. Good start for Switzerland, claiming also a second point straight after. And that's what we were talking about. Somehow, a really, really different team for Switzerland. Once they get into the second half, 1-1, I'm sure. I said it wrongly there. I'm sorry. Germany now. However, different dynamic on the ends of Switzerland. A team of two faces. Vince Graben. Now Marcel Spar and Vince Graben. And via Marcel Spar, it finds the way out of the field, giving Germany a 2-point lead, 3-1. Really strong side, and that's why I regarded them amongst the big teams like Russia, like Ukraine won. Germany is well within this conversation. But not without coming past Switzerland. And they are now a little bit more up for it, it seems. 3 points to 2. Remo Spar with everything he has. Oh, and unlucky for the Germans that that one stays on their side instead of going over to the side of Switzerland. Scoreline now level, 3-3. Good piece of build-up play, but they don't seem to bring Winsgraven into the game as good as it has been done last weekend. As I say this, he makes the point. 4-3, Winsgraven. Sebastian Burgis, the 25-year-old. And they really seem to make almost a meme out of it. The Wolf Pack. And now claiming the lead at 6-3 points. When it all comes thick and fast, you need to take the pace out of the game. You need to slow it down, because every time the Wolfpack makes points, they make it in packs. 3 or 4 at least. And that's so difficult to defend against. Once they are on a run, they're difficult to stop. The Swiss are now within an opportunity to reach them after they claimed this last point. But still 2 behind already. With own service, however. Remo Spar. And once again, he has done it at the first point in this second set, and yet again puts a little bit too much on it. And I'm sure it is not necessary to play such a high-risk service when there's basically nothing to be gained anyway, because Germany is very good at defending these services. But Switzerland is not good in receiving them. And that's why they make a point. Straight from the service, Team Nowak sees the opportunity. Right at the corner. And maybe now once again, zur Gilgen. Remo Spar. Wow. Well worked from Burgis and Team Nowak. But Winsgraven can't save it from the floor. 8-5, still a 3-point lead, still ahead. Germany, I would even go as far as saying it's theirs to lose now. They have to win it. With 1 set ahead and 3 points. And now it seems 4 points ahead in the second one. Switzerland now with the serve, 8-6 points. Still behind, and the serve into the net. They haven't found the right way to serve. Underhit, overhit, far too many times. Giving away easy points. In this set alone, 3 points. That's exactly the 3 points they are now lacking behind. They have given away in cheap serves. Doesn't have to be the case. They have to earn them back the hard way. Just like they do now. 9-7. Very good. Noack, Winsgraven. And Switzerland, they're coming back. They're really coming back. 9 to 8 points. Almost level now. Remo Spar, who plays also American football next to volleyball. And now they are back to level terms, 9-9. Who would have thought that? Switzerland, after they were lagging behind 3 points for the most of the second set, they are back on level terms. And Germany, I would even suggest to take a timeout maybe. On their behalf now, Winsgraven can't really get any pressure on it, and that's the exact opposite of Switzerland. But refuse to take a timeout, at least for now. Switzerland 1 point ahead now. Build-up play isn't precise enough. Isn't with enough pressure behind it, but somehow still do they manage to get a point through Sebastian Burgis. And remember, they still have Bene Dorant. They now swapped in, and Winsgraven is now on the sideline. Here we have Sebastian Burgis with the serve. Straight through the middle. Towards Zur Gilgen. And a point goes to Germany this time, giving them a 1 point lead at 11 to 10. The final stages of the second set. Who has the better finish? Germany, who has already won the first one, or Switzerland, who wants to claim a win through the third set? This one goes to Switzerland. Again, level terms. It stays tight. It stays extremely interesting. Remo Spar once again has the technique. Germany once again get into the lead, and now these are the stages where 2 point lead almost secures you an easy pathway towards victory. Tim Nowak with the serve. Can he set them up for victory here? Switzerland, Remo Spar, and he says he's good at technique. He delivers once again the goods and proves that he is. Raphael Zurgilgen tried a cheeky one there. But again, the Swiss win exactly these points where the smashes come across and they block it inside. And the block is often not to be defended. 13 to 12 points. Again, change of fortunes. Can the Germans claim it back? Raphael Zurgilgen at the serve. And this one is out as well. And Switzerland, do they show nerves? They have fought so well, brought themselves back into the conversation, only to be showing nerves this late inside the game. Germany has the opportunity to close the game now, but are denied by Remo Spar, who really proves to be a vital player inside the Swiss team now. The 26-year-old. But the Germans, they show their mentality. Claiming the lead once again. And the lead means, at this stage, yes, a match point. He's back on the field. Vince Graven for the delivery. Remo Spar blocked, and then it is get set in. Very well worked from the German team. Unbelievable. Really strong hands. Bine Dorant. 1.95 meters. The Germans go to the quarterfinals, which will be played tomorrow. And they will square up at the quarterfinals against Russia. Now that's a game and a half, I tell you that much. Germany won against Russia. Tomorrow, 10:30. You don't want to miss that. I'll tell you this much, you don't want to miss that. Next game on the center court, there will be one more. It will again go back to the women. And Hungary 2 faces Hungary 1. That will be next. Short break until then.
Die CEV Snowvolleyball European Tour 2021 präsentiert von Semperit Reifen.
Litauen und danach nicht, oder? Italien, oder? Litauen bleiben. derby. Litowskie derby. You have any ball? I won't answer the ball. No, właśnie to giry, wiesz, znaczy, no, chyba po prostu giry. Tylko ja i wypad tam do domu. Rzeczywiście, don't carry one. I'll just return it downstairs. Thank you very much.
So there we have it. Lithuania 2 against Lithuania 1. That's the game that's being played before the face-off of the two Hungarians. Hungary 1 against Hungary 2. We see Lithuania 2 with the players Lilia Freilich, Diana Večervičienė, Vlada Oganauskienė. Against Lithuania 1, Urte Andriuskaite, Greta Milauskaite, Karole Virbikaite, and Vitene Vitauskate. So 2 domestic dust-ups before we come to the final game of today. Of course, very much enjoyable to see now these teams, they know each other. These teams, they know each other. And when they come against each other in such a competition, by default, it will be a close game. I imagine them training against one another on numerous occasions. So they know exactly what they are to be, what they have to expect when they come up against each other. And at the end of the day, when they do and when they play to their maximum effort, it will be most likely a really, really close encounter. Now, the blue team is Lithuania 2, the red team Lithuania 1, if I'm not mistaken. Now, there we have it. Lithuania 1 in red, with the second point of the game being awarded to them, 2-1. Lithuania 2 with a point themselves. So Lithuania to try to get a point further ahead. 3-2 the scoreline, but now it is level. And you see how tall she is, player with the number 3, Karole Virbiskatje. 1-meter-85. There are certain men on the roster on the other fixtures that we have seen on the broadcast that are not as tall as her. 1-meter-85 at only 63 kilograms. And this one is going a little bit too far. So in the competition of the two Lithuanian teams, there's a third one also on the roster. We have seen them in a fixture before. Now, Vitauskatje with a strong effort. Smashes it in. The number 1 on the red team, on Lithuania 1, brings them level 5-5. Good effort. Now starts them off, but Lithuania 2 gets caught a little bit unprepared. So she gets another try with her service. Vitene Vitauskatje. And this one is in! Don't see that one often. From Frelik. Very experienced player. Earned a lot of points on the European Tour. But that one is wide, so it gives 0.7 to Lithuania 1. That's Urte Andriuskatje. Bravo, Urte, you could hear it there. In a high manner, she spooned it in, but exactly onto the line. So that one gives them an 8-7 lead. Lithuania 2 against Lithuania 1. Who will have the better end to this fixture? Lithuania 1 with a good effort there. But Lithuania 2 clinches the point. Again level, 8-8. And that's exactly what I was about to say before it all started. These two teams know each other. They know what they have, what they will encounter, and that, of course, secures ourselves a very, very tight fixture that will surely be a tight one until the end. Excitement until the last drop. I'm almost certain about that. But now, for the first time, they pull away for 2 points. Lithuania 2 are now very much in the lead. Lithuania 1 holding on, but not quite good enough. Conceding 3 on the bounce. And maybe it's time for a timeout now. They clearly don't think so. 11-8. Can't really afford to lose another one. Vitene Vitauskatje. And a very, very good block. From Karole Virbikatje earns them a valuable point. Only 1 point behind now. But they extended to 2. Again, Lithuania with the better end to this exchange. And when they win one more rally, or maybe 2, they look the likely winners for this first set. But they don't. Lithuania 1 gets 1 point closer. Vitene Vitauskatje selected a lot of times as the server. Rescues at the back end of their field. Second touch, third touch. Very, very well played. Karole Virbikatje uses her whole height, everything she has, and throws it into this very well played smash. And now these teams stand on level terms, 12-12. The final stages are to be approached in the upcoming seconds. Vitene Vitauskatje saves it, and once again it's Karole Virbikatje. to 12 points. They were trailing for the most of this set, but once it comes to the final stage, they are now 1 point ahead. But it's not easily won. 13-13 now. And I'm almost sure 15 points won't be enough to win that one. Who can have the better end to this rally? Getting an opportunity to win this first set with their own service. It is Lithuania 1. They lead by 14-13. And Vitene Vitauskatje was about to smash this one, but a ball was entering from the second field, so everything has to be played once again. Urte Andrius Katitye. Saves it, manages to rescue it, and Vitene Vitauskatje, who has won so many of these exchanges for her team, wins the most decisive one and gets Lithuania 1 set ahead. Wow. No one has shown nerves here. They were just at the end the little bit more decisive team that wanted it inches more. And they will have to prove in the second set now that they are really the stronger team and not just the luckier one. Lithuania 1. Now 1 set ahead, but Lithuania 2, they have given a good impression. That much can be said, and I think it's not misplaced to say they stand at a 50-50 chance of winning the second set as well. Nothing is won here. It can only be lost. So once again, they set us off. Lithuania 2. And Lithuania 1 gets the first point. Maybe a sign of things to come. Vitene Virtoskatje, who has taken the game by the scruff of the neck in the first set, looks to be the player who makes the difference. Once again, defense good at the back of their place, but this time Lithuania 2 manages with unusual tools to win a point. I like that. Not everything needs to be played according to all the perceptions. Just work it across and see how it works out. This time round, a classic approach. Lithuania 1 wins that and get a 2-point lead once more if they win now. Vitene Virtoskatje to Urte. Virtoskatje, but she can do little about that. From short distance, she doesn't manage to get that one over. Made by Frelik. And now Kanchera Vitene on the team of Lithuania 2 with the serve. 2-3. Lithuania 1 in favor after the first 5 exchanges so far in the second set. But they really are making an effort. Do not let them pull away. Vlada, it was in this exchange of the ball, and Vlada, it will be to deliver the ball now. Vitene Virtoskatje once again. I love to say this name, but not only that, she is also the most decisive player so far. Making the most happen here. Once again, comes to the rescue, comes to the smash, and a 2-point lead is established. 5-3 points. Again, it's Lithuania 1 that is leading. A good piece of play, but Lithuania 2 gets a little bit lucky. Ball gets wide, unforced error, and therefore they shorten the disadvantage to just 1 point. But this time, it's exactly the other way round. 6-4 points in the second set, and it looks like, at least at this moment in time, it will be a good end to Lithuania 1 at the end of the day. The winner then goes directly to the semi-finals. And will face the winner of game 26. But these games will be played tomorrow, so they will not know their opponents in the semi-finals until tomorrow morning. 7-5 now, advantage to Lithuania 1. And again, it's Urte set up by Vitine. Eight to 5 points advantage again at 3. They're establishing it nicely, and now it's 4 points they are ahead. And I guess now it's do or die for Lithuania too. If they hand them another or maybe even 2, it might be all over for them. They need to win a point now. Vitine very well set up for her team colleague Carole, and now it's 10-5, and they're cruising towards victory. Once again, good piece of setup play on the red team. Getting denied the first time, but maybe now spilt over. Lithuania 2 is working well, but once again, Vitine Vitoskatje sees exactly how and where she needs to place the ball and does exactly that. Very good technique on her behalf. 11-5 and a timeout being taken, understandably. But still, I highly doubt that there will be any changes established from taking a timeout now. It might be all too late. They need to win this set. Otherwise, it will be over. Not on the whole, though. The team losing will be facing the winner of game 19 tomorrow. So that's Italy or Czech Republic. And they will play for the rank number 7 inside the tournament. Of course, the other ones featuring in the semi-finals are already set. That 12-5. It looks like Lithuania 1 that will go to the semi-finals. So once again, Carole, the big Lithuanian. Tall one, Vitine Vitoskatje. MVP, most valuable player, maybe of the tournament, but surely among her team. Once again, Urte, Vitine, Urte. Good smash, Greta. Greta Miloskatje with the number 4 shirt on the red team, on the team of Lithuania 1, has entered the field. Is amongst the winning team now, 13-6, the scoreline. Good exchange here, but surely there's only one winner, and again it's Lithuania 1. 14 to 6 points. An endless amount of opportunities to win the game now for them. And I wouldn't be surprised if they even take the first to do so. And now they don't manage to do it the first time of asking, but maybe the second time will provide them with the chance to close it. It was a tight encounter in the first set. It wasn't so much so a tight encounter in the second one, even though they give away another cheap point, 14 to 8. It was a clear affair for Lithuania 1. Managing now to win the game. Fabulously done. Outplayed the opposition from their own home country to manage to gain a point and a place inside the semi-finals. Very well done. Congratulations. And the last game of today on the center court will be played between Hungary 2 and Hungary 1 in just a short time.
Die CEV Snowvolleyball European Tour 2021 präsentiert von Semperit Reifen.
Now, I'm really intrigued to see what the Hungarians have on offer when it comes to a domestic duel between the two teams. Hungary won, that's the number 1 to 4 in red. So the red team is Hungary 1, featuring Panna Győri, Sandra Szombateli, Esta Luther and Lila Villa. On the other hand, the team playing in blue is Adrien Cene, Hanna Kubik and Dorothea Szabo. They are Hungary too, and they haven't had, to be fair to them, the best ride. When we look at their fixtures in round 1, yes, they had a bit of problems there against Austria 1, losing clearly 15 to 10, then 15 to 11. Hungary 1 also had a first round fixture against the German-speaking country, which was Germany, but they won clearly 15 to 8, 15 to 10, which secured them a place inside the round 2, which they lost. They lost against Lithuania 2, which we've just recently seen in the last game. There they lost just by inches. Lost the first set, won the second one decisively, and then lost the third one. So a 1-2 in sets defeat. Hungary too had a pass through the losers round, and now ranks amongst the losing teams, which will be playing for either a place amongst those who can maximum feature in the place for in the games for the places around 5 to 7, or they will go home for good. So the loser is out, the winner stays on. That's the setting for the upcoming game. Hungary 1 against Hungary 2. Both of them not having a lot of experience about snow volleyball. One player, Hanna Győri, told us she finally plays her first season of snow volleyball. Very excited about the prospect of playing here. She's also a blocker, and yeah, played certain events in the past though. So not a full season, but featured in Wagrain 2018 with the 9th place. Featured in Kronplatz and featured at the European Tour 2018. So in a short while, it will all go ahead here with action on the center court. Last game of today, Hungary 1 against Hungary 2. Hungary 1 in red, Hungary 2 in blue. Now, after a short team talk, they decided on the side of Hungary 1, go for the 3 players with the numbers, I think 2, 3, 4. That's what I've seen. So that would be Sandra Zombatelli, Esther Luther, and Lila Villa. On the other hand, it is clear Adriana Cina, Hanna Kubik, Dorothea Sabo, Hanna Kubik, the one who just served the ball towards the team of Hungary 1, and Hungary 2 earns the first point of this game. So not only did they open, they also did open the scoring. And they extend their lead. Very good serve from the young Hanna Kubik, 16 years of age. Every time I read that, I need to scratch my eyes. Good piece of play and a bit of coordination problems there with the Hungary 1 team. Sends Hungary 2 ahead already by 3 points. Hanna Kubik yet to be beaten with her serve. And it doesn't stay that way. Hungary 1 claims their first point inside the first 4. It was about time that they gain 1. And now it's the player with the number 2, Sandra Sobatelli, 31 years old, serving for a points win against their fellow Hungarians on the other side of the court. Good rally here, smash, but very well defended. Good defenses on both handed sides, I really must say. And now they win it after a good rally, at least 15 to 16 stations. And they have the better end on their side. Dorothea Sabo, with a nickname Dorka, the oldest one in her team. 32 years old. That's double as much as Hanna Kubik, her teammate, who's just 16. And again a good points win from her. Dorothea Sabo puts her team ahead already 5 to 1 points. Well done. Good piece of build-up play, and then they smash it exactly in between those 2 players that were trying to defend the backstage, to defend the background, but weren't good in doing so. 6-1 already. They are getting battered here. And once again, 7-1. They might consider a timeout now. And they do exactly that. And rightfully so. Need to talk to their teammates. They can change players on the grid. Have Panna Gyuri on the outside still. So once again, if you hear the nickname Dorka, they're speaking about Dorothea Sabo, the one player that just served the ball and is now about to smash it once again, exactly into that right sweet spot between the triangle of the players standing there. No one knows who has the responsibility to pick up the ball, so no one does it. And she hits it perfectly, exactly into that sweet spot, time and time again. Maybe also now. Are they lucky again? They are lucky again. 9-1. They're getting smashed here. Not only in the literal sense, but also by the scoreline. An amazing piece of play. Hungary won now with a new lineup. And it is, at least remotely, beneficial to them. Having now their player number 1, Panna Kyöri, on the field. Substituted off Esther Luther, both 30 years of age. Panna Kyöri, however, 9 centimeters taller, stands at 184. Binds again a perfectly piece of set play. Know exactly where this one has to go. A lot of openings, of course. It is late in the evening. Players are getting tired due to the soapy underground of today. There are plus degrees centigrade, and it might take their toll with certain teams. Hungary one looks a bit tired when it comes to defensive actions. A little bit unconcentrated. And Lila Willem might now lead the last charge to get them somehow back into the game. But very well played. One has to say Hanna Gubik saves that one. But not the second time around. Picked up a good few points after the timeout, one has to say. It was beneficial to them, but still they're lacking behind 6 points against their fellow Hungarians, who get yet another point, 11-4. Very well piece of play, but yet again they get intercepted. But it's very well coordinated Hungarian side that already gets their 12 points at this game, while Hungary 1 has only managed to get 4 this far. At least they're getting one now, 12-5 the scoreline. But still no way in which Hungary 1 will win this first set. I will go as far as saying that. Because they're giving points too easily away, just like now. 13-5. Hungary 2 leading. This domestic dust-up. And I really have to say, I've been staggered by the little effort that Hungary 1 has put into that game so far. I started when we were about to talk about this game before it started, on saying, well, it is do or die, deliver or go home. One team has the opportunity to remain in the tournament while the other one is out. And under these circumstances, one should expect to see more. And now they're giving a little bit more. Hungary won already 7 points, but Hungary 2 only 2 points away from securing themselves the first set. And now it seems like they're picking up pace, and maybe even if they can't win the first set, they can take this momentum over to the second one and impress there. They can treat it like a piece of training play now. Timeout being taken. Don't want to take any risks here. Hungary 2 well in the lead, but yet no need to come under any sort of pressure here. Maybe losing the next 2 or 3 points. Then there is fire on the roof, if that happens. So, and an unforced error presents Hungary 2 the opportunity to win this first set outright and easily at 15-8 if they manage to do it now. And there it is! Hungary 2 wins the first set in this domestic duel between the two Hungarian teams here in the tournament. Clearly, I wasn't expecting that. I really have to admit, I saw them a little bit stronger, the Hungary 1 team, having won their first round fixture, but now having been completely found out by Hungary 2, and they now have to really second guess their approach to this game. Of course, also Hungary 2 needs one more set win to win the whole game. But they are one step closer now. And so they start off again for the second set. Hungary 2 keeps the ball in, as does Hungary 1, but not as good. And directly into the net. It makes it 1-0 to Hungary 2. Once again, they are in the lead and they seem to be the better of the two Hungarian teams, at least so far. And there is little time for Hungary 1 to prove otherwise. They do just now, setting the score level at 1-1. They remained with the lineup at the later stages in the first half. Panna Győri with the service. Good piece of build-up play. They found an opening once again. And without any trouble, but otherwise with ease, they placed the ball there. 2-1, Hungary 2 again in the lead. And will they extend it now? No, find it difficult. It seems to be a closer encounter in the second half. In the second set of the game. Found their feet somehow. Found an opportunity to get a foot into the door. Found a foothold into the game. 3-2 for the first change of side. And so they set off once again by Hanna Kubik. Adriana Cine, the one on the serve, wearing the jersey with the number 1 for the blue team, the Hungarians. Number 2 saves it once again, Hanna Kubik, and then Dorothea Sabo. Beautiful effort. 5-2. Already the scoreline telling the same story as it did in the first set. So they set up once again. Hungary won, good effort. And now they wanted to place it with a little bit of swagger. Wanted to lure them into a defensive position and then just dink it over the net. But it didn't work out. But I like a bit of trick play, I really have to say, just like this. And the confidence is sky high with the Hungarians at the blue team. Not so much with the ones in the red, but you can see they're now trying every bit of play they wanted to try. And more often than not, it comes off and earns them points. Just like now. 7-3 the scoreline, and they're charging away at the speed they can't just keep up with. Hungary can't keep up with the number 2 team. And as simple as that sounds, they're just the better team on the day. Once again, Hanna Kubik. Straight into the net for a 4th point to Hungary 1. Now there we go. Easter Luther for Hungary 1. But once again, celebrating it. Dorothea Sabu, Dorka. Beautifully struck. 8 points to 4. Sandra Sombatelli earns them a point back. Sandy, as they call her. 8-5. It's the scoreline at the moment. And they get another one back, 8-6. And now the question is, how is it about their confidence? How high is the confidence already risen? Can they really lead a charge now towards maybe a third set at 8-7? They have now put a good run of points together. But if that is going to be enough to cause an upset, is the question. Back from the timeout. They surely had to take one now as they came really, really close in the last couple of points. And Sandra Sombatelli. Gets a second opportunity. And has overhit that one. And the dynamic has changed. That was the purpose, the sole purpose of the timeout, to break the drive of Hungary 1. And that's exactly what Hungary 2 has become. Good effort here. Once again, they are celebrating a point. Dorothea Sabo, who will now also take charge of the service for Hungary 2. At a scoreline of 10-7, it must be now the decisive moment. If they can earn another point or two and open up the gap to 4 or 5 points, it surely will be over. 11-7, and yet just 4 more points for their place inside the next round, while Hungary 1 has to go home. A good piece of cheeky play there from Dorothea Sabo, and they celebrated once more. Goes directly into the net, however. 12-8, side changes. They worked out a good piece of, let's say, 7 or 8 points advantage. But until the point they've developed that, they were really slow to bring that into the dry. However, now at 13-8 points, it now has to be theirs to lose. Only 2 points shy now from their opportunity to win this set and match. with their own service. It is once again Hanna Gubik who will deliver the ball for Hungary 2. (13-8) due to this overhit service. And this one is in. Speculated wrongly. Do they open a door that was already closed to them? 13-9. Have to do more now, Hungary 2. And they do more. 14-9 points. 5 points now minimum to win this game. 5 chances with own service now to win this match. That one is out. Another opportunity for Hungary 1 to bring it a bit closer. However, they cannot mess it up. There's no room now for any mistakes. That's exactly what I said. 15-10. Also, the second set goes clearly to Hungary 2. They are the better of the two Hungaries. They remain in the tournament. Hungary 1 is out. And that concludes our broadcast for today. Thanks for watching. It was, like always, a pleasure. The sun was shining. The broadcast was running. And we see each other tomorrow for the final part of the men's and the women's tournament here from Wagrain-Kleinarl in Austria. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.